Accept one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule, H-Res 241, providing for consideration of H.R. 5. The Parents' Bill of Rights is to be considered under a structured rule with 2 hours of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The Parents' Bill of Rights would secure a fundamental right parents should always be guaranteed: the right to make informed decisions about their children. As my first time managing a floor debate, I couldn't think of a better bill to focus on. Our families in Indiana and across the country deserve debate on H.R. 5, and we plan to deliver. As a mother of 3 children in school, I know how important it is for parents to know what's happening in the classroom. Unfortunately, this bill is necessary because school districts across the country have failed to deliver basic transparency, and that became painfully obvious to parents during the pandemic. Our living rooms became classrooms. Parents came to realize exactly what their children's days looked like. Many parents were surprised and disappointed by what they were learning about their children's educational experiences. Like many of my colleagues, I prefer that most decisions regarding education be made at the state and local level, and this bill does not change that. But the actions over the past few years have compelled us to stand up and to act. There has been example after example of this becoming a bigger problem. In one example, a father from Virginia had to learn his daughter was assaulted in the high school bathroom from his child, not the school. Stories like this one shouldn't become the new normal. As I said in the Rules Committee during the hearing about the bill just last night, sending a child to public school does not terminate parental rights at the door. I worked in child services. I've cared for children in foster care. When foster parents are caring for their children who are in the custody of the state, they can't give those kids a haircut without getting permission from the child's biological parents. Shouldn't the same rules apply to the students' safety and well-being in our schools? Yet parents are left pleading. They're left to plead for information, to plead for the safety of their kids in public restrooms, to plead for the quality of their kids' education, and to plead for anyone who would listen to help restore their parental rights. This bill would restore transparency, consultation, and notification requirements to existing law. In doing so, it would give parents the right to more easily obtain critical information from school administrators, boards, and teachers to make informed decisions regarding their children's education. The bottom line, it gives power back to parents. As the Republican Education and the Workforce Committee members have said, the Parents' Bill of Rights contains 5 basic principles. 1, that parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. That parents have a right to be heard. That parents have a right to see the school budget. That parents have a right to protect their children's privacy. And that parents have a right to keep their children safe. Now, these goals are hard to fight against, but we have heard critics say this bill is somehow politicizing education, or that bureaucrats know better than parents, or that we're encouraging the banning of books. Let me be clear, nothing in this bill has anything to do with banning books, or even that parent engagement is somehow better than a parents' rights model. But that's simply not true. Instead, this bill provides an opportunity to ensure our kids are prepared to contribute to this great country of ours. It aims to strengthen parent and teacher partnerships where they exist and close information gaps where parent and teacher partnerships could be improved. While there are many challenges in our schools, one we should all be able to agree on tackling is that administrators, educators, and parents should be on the same page. The first step in achieving that goal is improving our parents' access to information about their kids' experiences. One example of this is an amendment I was able to offer during the markup a few weeks ago. The amendment required notification of parents when a student isn't reading at grade level proficiency by the end of the 3rd grade. Our child literacy rates are falling behind, And the more parents know, the more they can help, the better. In the end, by passing the Parents' Bill of Rights, we are one step closer to what everyone wants, providing our students the best learning experience inside and outside of the classroom, and giving parents a proper say in their children's future. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that public education plays a central role in our democracy, helping to ensure the Jeffersonian ideal of having an informed electorate to participate in the governance of our country. And I think we can also agree that it's vitally important that parents, as their children's primary caregivers, play an active role in their kids' education in our public schools. That's why governance of our public schools is entrusted to local boards of education, where most school board members are, in fact, parents, and are directly responsible to the communities they serve. In our fast-paced and online world, the glue that so often holds our communities together is our neighborhood schools, the parent, teacher, and home and school organizations that support them, and the extracurricular athletics and activities that we all gather at. And that's why it's so disappointing that the Republican majority has chosen to bring to the floor a bill that undermines those community values and does nothing to address the real issues facing America's school today. Contrary to its title, this bill does not give parents any more rights than they already have. Even the conservative Cato Institute has criticized this bill for doing nothing to actually empower parents. In fact, many of the so-called rights this bill claims to establish, like parents' ability to meet with their teachers, testify at school board meetings, or examine school budgets, or protect their children's privacy, these are already enshrined in law and are things school districts nationwide already do and in which parents consistently participate in. What this bill does do is promote efforts to inject divisive DC politics and culture wars into our neighborhood schools, and to create burdensome new federal mandates for those schools, dictating to our local communities and our local taxpayers how and when to perform certain tasks. To add insult to injury, this bill doesn't offer any funding to meet these new federal mandates or propose resources that would actually help students and families or support our public schools, many of which are already struggling to make ends meet under inequitable funding formulas. This bill would force schools to invest already scarce time and resources towards onerous compliance requirements and administrative costs, and away from crucial measures that actually improve student outcomes, all with no additional money and with no discernible benefit to our children. Ultimately, this bill is an act of federal overreach that would hinder students' ability to learn and undermine the important work that educators, librarians, and other school professionals do every day. It would undermine the valuable relationships among parents and between parents, students, and teachers, relationships that are built on trust and shared goals. The truth is that the primary concern for too many teachers and parents are to make sure that their children have enough to eat, a bed to sleep in at night, and can get to and from school safely. This bill does not address those critical needs, or for that matter, anything else that promotes student success and well-being. What this bill does do is open the door to allowing a noisy minority to dictate what all students can and cannot read or learn, and that hurts both our kids and our communities. We've already seen in Florida and other states that have passed versions of this bill that the provisions buried in this legislation have allowed right-wing bullies to ban books and gut history lessons and marginalize some of our communities. The beauty of our public schools is that they help our children become critical thinkers and functional adults by meeting and learning about the diversity of people, viewpoints, and experiences in the world around them. Allowing some parents to dictate their worldview to all parents and students in our public schools does a disservice to both our schools, our children, and our communities, particularly when, as has been so often the case recently, those efforts have sought to marginalize people of color and the LGBTQ community. Perhaps my Republican colleagues are discounting the opportunities for parental engagement that are already baked into our public education system because the views they're pushing to ban books and whitewash history are not accepted by the overwhelming majority of Americans. I know how much children benefit when parents and teachers work together to help them reach their full potential. I know this from experience. I spent a decade providing training and representation for parents and students in the public school system. I spent 2 decades while my children attended public schools as a home and school parent, a classroom volunteer, and like my father and sister before me, a school board member to help not only my kids, but all of the kids in our district to succeed. I often think that school boards are one of the purest forms of local representative democracy. Unpaid members from the community, most of them, like myself, parents, spend endless hours working together with school administrators, educators, and parents, all united by a common goal to do what's best for all of our children. Over the years, I had countless conversations with involved parents and constituents in grocery stores, at school concerts, on soccer fields, and at formal board meetings about how our schools could best serve our children and taxpayers, where we could do better, and where our options were limited, usually by financial constraints. Those discussions were sometimes emotional or passionate, and people didn't always agree, but everyone respected our democratic processes and the boundaries of protected speech as we sought to reach the best possible solutions for our community. Those conversations and deliberations also reflected a core principle of our civil society, one that's important to remember as we struggle to reduce the hyperpartisanship and lack of civility in our politics and to model good behavior for our children. That is the principle of cooperation and compromise, that having the loudest voice or being a bully doesn't mean that you always get to win. This bill, H.R. 5, does not help parents, educators, and school districts to work together more effectively. Instead, this bill pits parents against each other and against teachers in a way that creates more chaos and community discord. That hurts students and families, disregards talented educators, undermines public schools, and detracts from what should be our ultimate goal, providing the best possible public education for America's children. Our national motto is E pluribus unum, out of many one, not my way or the highway. We form a stronger and more perfect community when we bring our diverse talents and strengths together, and this bill undermines that goal. I now represent a congressional district with 21 school districts in it, including one of the largest in the country, and I talk to a lot of parents in my community. Parents in my district want to talk about how to help our kids succeed. They want to talk about hiring enough teachers, librarians, and guidance counselors. They want to talk about fixing crumbling school buildings and preparing our children for the jobs and challenges of the 21st century. They want schools in our communities that serve the healthy food kids need to learn and grow, that offer mental health resources, and teach the skills that every American needs to be engaged and informed citizens and taxpayers to ensure our long-lasting democracy. And overwhelmingly, these parents are appalled that bills like H.R. 5 threaten to open the floodgates to book bans, more restrictions on what can be said in the classroom, and attempts to rewrite history and censor facts, all at the expense of our students. While it sounds benign, this bill will be used to eliminate classroom conversations about racism in the American story or portrayals of LGBTQ people in books, all while refusing to deliver on what parents are actually asking for to keep their children safe, the kind of policies that House Democrats are bringing to the table to keep children safe from dangerous toxins like asbestos and lead that are still prevalent in too many schools, to keep children safe from gun violence, now the leading cause of death for American children. We need common sense gun safety laws that keep weapons out of our classrooms and out of the hands of children, so parents aren't scared that one day they'll send their kids to school and they'll never come home. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle often talk about being the party of small government and local control. They condemn the intrusion of the federal government into local affairs, but this legislation is nothing more than an attempt to nationalize our education system and mandate a one-size-fits-all approach across the country, assuming that the size that fits is a right-wing straitjacket. Even the conservative Cato Institute has said that H.R. 5 suffers from a fundamental flaw. It's not constitutional. We should give young people the resources they need to learn and grow, not stifle their ideas, threaten their civil rights, censor their classrooms and teachers, or take books off library shelves. And we should not promote chaos and bullying in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to advise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Aaron, I want to thank you for bringing this important bill up to the floor. I rise and fully support H.R. 5. And folks, this bill could be called the Parents' Bill of Rights Transparency Bill, because that's all it does, it's transparency. And you know, as I look into the balcony, I see a lot of young people, middle-aged people, people with children, maybe grandchildren, and nowhere in this bill is it banning any books, nowhere. As my good friend from Texas yesterday during Rules pointed out, he had one, my friends on the other aisle had one book. I see they've got a stack of books now. Let me see if they will give you an example of books that you can pull up on the internet that are taught in public schools all over the country. Let me see if they're going to recognize the book Beyond Magenta. It's documents stories on the LGBTQ youth. It's got very sexually explicit passages. I was sexually active for the time I was 6, and I won't go on to say the other things that they have. Are you going to highlight these books? Another book, The Book is Gay, discusses orgies, kinky, and sex apps. You going to highlight that? Gender Queer was the book it's a novel, and it had a debate on in the libraries, and it had explicit images of oral sex. You going to highlight that book? Let's take Juliet Takes a Breath. Discusses a woman's journey coming out as a lesbian and contains graphic descriptions of sexual encounters. And folks, I could go on and on. It lists I don't know how many different books. Parents, is this something you want your children to read? Parents, is this something that encourages academics and allows that child to compete in the 21st century? Is this a book that promotes what your child needs to know? It's sad that this bill is even needed, but it's estimated that between kindergarten and the 12th grade, a student will spend over 15,000 hours at school. That's 15,000 hours when parents are trusting other people to do what's in the best interest of their child. It's good that Americans' parents are taking a stand now. They're pushing back on these kind of books that I don't think they're going to mention. I've got 4 children and 17 grandchildren. We got a notice a week ago, a school where the parents are upset because they're allowing boys to go in.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I have another 30 seconds.
I'd like to yield another 30 seconds for Mr. Norman.
The gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Bottom line, the school was allowing males to go in females' bathrooms. This is intolerable. This bill is needed. It gives parents the control, and it gives parents the right to know what their child is being taught. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana
I reserve.
reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Library Association opposing H.R. 5, saying that the bill would create a catalyst for more book banning and censorship.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized.
So let me get something straight here. Republicans keep saying, as they just did, that nothing in this bill has anything to do with banning books. We keep hearing it over and over and over. We've heard the same thing in state after state as Republicans have passed bills like this. And now we have over 1,600 books and more every month pulled from the shelves. They are banned. Democrats put forward amendments to prevent politicians from banning books. They all voted no. Democrats put forward 6 amendments to prevent censorship. They all voted no. And now they're trying to pretend like they have no idea why we would be concerned about book bans. Give me a break. I'm a parent. My wife Lisa and I have gone to countless parent-teacher conferences when our kids were in public school. Both of my sisters are public school teachers. I know how hard they work to involve parents in their kids' education. So don't lecture us. We are parents. We know what this is about. It is about banning books. This bill is going to be weaponized by far-right groups and used to threaten schools with legal action if they don't pull books off the shelves. It's going to force teachers to decide between staying silent and teaching something that certain politicians in their state don't like. It's already happening, for God's sake. Ask the teacher in Iowa who was told that they cannot teach that slavery was wrong. Ask the teacher in Texas who was told that they have to teach, quote, the opposite perspective on the Holocaust. Ask the teacher in Florida who was fired for exposing a book banning spree at the hands of Ron DeSantis that would make the Chinese Communist Party blush. Now, I have a few books that Republicans want to ban. There's too many to go through now, but let me recite a few. The Life of Rosa Parks. Who is Sojourner Truth? The biography of Nelson Mandela and the story of Harvey Milk. Now, do you notice any pattern here? They want to ban books about black and brown people, and they want to ban books about LGBTQI plus people. It is sick. It is hateful. What's wrong with them, Mr. Speaker? If you don't like a book, don't let your kid read it. But you don't get to tell the rest of us parents what our kids should be allowed to read. Talk to your kids' teachers. Run for school board. But don't take away money from schools that fall down on the wrong side of the MAGA culture wars. We gave Republicans dozens of chances to amend this bill and make it better to address the actual issues that our schools face. They voted no on all of them. Get this, they voted no on getting lead pipes out of schools. They actually voted no on that. They care more about getting Rosa Parks out of our schools than lead pipes. And I think that says it all. So never in my life did I think I would see such a reprehensible, disgraceful bill come to the floor. We should trust parents and teachers and students to think for themselves without having toxic MAGA culture wars shoved down their throats by Republicans in Congress. Vote no on this awful rule and on this awful bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Let's just make sure the American people know the truth. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have the right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have the right to keep their children safe. That is what my Democratic colleagues are objecting to. And notice how they're objecting. Notice what they're trying to do. It is a page as old as time in the Democratic playbook. Fear-mongering, racial division, peddling the lies of hatred, saying that somehow the legislation that would empower parents and give parents the right to know what their child is being educated with, know what they're being told, that somehow that is going to lead to banning of books. What they're afraid of is they're afraid of a parent being able to come in armed with the information of what is being taught their children, armed with what is in the library, and holding school boards accountable. holding their educators accountable. That is precisely what my Democratic colleagues do not want to occur. They are afraid of the sunshine going into the classrooms because they know that after COVID, the veil has been lifted on a corrupted education system that has for too long been indoctrinating our children with racial division and hatred. Parents are now awakened. They have seen what has been occurring behind the veil because the veil was lifted. My colleagues go around peddling the fears of banned books, completely inaccurately trying to claim that books were banned in Duval County that weren't banned. Books that were either not ordered, when in fact there are an average 13 books about Rosa Parks in every elementary school in Duval County. That's the truth. Nobody wants to pull books about Rosa Parks. Nobody wants to pull books about Roberto Clemente. But if there is legislation passed to make sure that we stop the ridiculousness of books being put in front of our kids, and then people go, let's pull books and look at it to make sure what's in it. Then they decide to put those books back when they pass muster. That's what my colleagues want to say are being banned. What they do not want to talk about are the books that my colleague from South Carolina just talked about. They don't want to talk about Flamer, a graphic book about young boys performing sexual acts at a summer camp. They don't want to talk about that. Who does? Bunch of fringe leftist groups that want to stick that stuff in our schools for our kids to have to read? Or how about This Book is Gay, a book containing instructions on, quote, the ins and outs of gay sex. This is what we want being put in the schools for our children. Our Democratic colleagues do not want you, the American people, you, the parents, to know this. That's what this is about. My Democratic colleagues do not want parents to know that information. They don't. They have a bill in front of them that literally gives parents the rights to know that, and they are opposing it and opposing it with force. Now to my colleagues who say, well, this is sticking the federal government into the tent of local government. I say to them, well, welcome to the club of actually being concerned about federal government overreach. I agree. So I hope they will support my amendment then that would strike all the language and block grant the dollars to the states. But they don't want to do that, ladies and gentlemen, because they want to meddle. They just want to meddle the way they want to. They don't want to have a clean elimination of the Department of Education. I support my colleague Thomas Massey's bill to do that. My Democratic colleagues do not. My Democratic colleagues will not support a block grant to states because they want to meddle. They want to interfere. They just don't want parents to know the truth. And that is the dirty little secret. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I just wanted to take a minute to, or not even a minute, to correct a couple statements that were made. First of all, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Jax Today entitled, Duval Schools to Keep 73 Diverse and Inclusive Books Out of the Classroom.
Without objection.
Also, for not the first time, my colleague mentioned the book Flamer, which he described as a graphic book about a child at summer camp. In fact, it's a graphic novel, which is kind of a trend that he may not be familiar with. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Speaker, all of us can agree that the most precious gift God can give us is our children. I'm a parent of 4 children. 4 children all attended public education, K through 12. As a parent, I was active, participated in local school board meetings, teacher-parent conferences, involved with the local PTA, because it was my responsibility to know what was going on in my children's life, especially education life. And all of us here as Americans, regardless of party affiliation, can agree that protecting our children is one of our most important responsibilities here in Congress. And I agree with my colleagues across the aisle. We need to protect all students, especially, I would say, undocumented students, some of the most vulnerable students in our society. Last night, I introduced an amendment that would bar any local educational agency, state agency, elementary school, secondary school, from requesting or disclosing a student's immigration status. Schools, I would say, are the one place in our society that students should feel safe. My amendment would have advanced this principle, would have said that our students are safe in their schools. And Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues last night across the aisle would have voted for my amendment, then they would have voted for safety for all of our students in school. Yet, they didn't do that. And by failing to vote for my amendment, they left our most vulnerable students hanging. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How dare they? How dare they conflate the names of two great people, Nelson Mandela and Rosa Parks, books about these heroes, and conflate them about books about sexual promiscuity of our children? How dare they? But I'm starting to see in my short time here in the U.S. Congress how this game is played. It's to conflate and confuse and baffle the American people. We're here to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, if one good thing came out of COVID, when our kids were forced to stay home, it's that parents saw exactly what they were learning and what they were being taught. The parents didn't like it. The parents raised their voices, and because of that, they were condemned as domestic terrorists. That was wrong, Mr. Speaker. That was just plain wrong. As a father myself, look, I understand. I understand that our children are the most important thing in our lives. And it's our job to put them in a position to have a better life than we did. Raising and rearing children to be smart, capable, contributing members of society should be our number one objective. And of course, we all know this starts at home. But make no mistake, it does continue at our schools and in our classrooms. Schools are where our children spend the majority of their childhood, shaping the ideas, building the relationships, building the friendships they'll have for a lifetime. This is exactly why parents deserve a seat at the table. And this legislation provides this seat. Parents have a right to know what's being taught. They have a right to be heard. They have a right to see how a school is spending their taxpayer dollars. And most importantly, they have a right to protect their children's privacy. When my Republican colleagues and I won back this chamber, we swore to the voters and constituents that we were going to defend these rights. The Parents' Bill of Rights isn't the only step, but it's a great first step. This legislation ensures curriculum information, books, reading material, and learning standards are made public to parents. Parents will now have an open line of communication with teachers and school board officials. They will not be condemned as terrorists. Folks, this is common sense. And really, to my good friends on the other side of the aisle, this really shouldn't be a debate. But then again, I never thought that I would have to stand here weeks ago and have to condemn socialism that they voted for. I never thought I'd have to stand here and defend the rights of a baby that survived abortion, and yet we had to do that. I thought that was common sense as well, and I was wrong. Mr. Speaker, this is not about changing history. This is about preserving our future as a nation. This is not about banning books. This is about promoting transparency. It is our job, it is our responsibility to protect our children from the evils being taught in some classrooms across the country. Not all. I'm proud to be a voice for the parents of Missouri, for our district and across this great land. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is time to take a stand. It is time to take a stand for our children. It is time to take a stand for our families. It is time to take a stand for our schools. And it is time to take a stand for our great nation. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule package of this critical piece of legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman and teacher from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 5. I look around this chamber and I think that arguably I've spent more time in a classroom than anyone in this chamber. I was a classroom teacher for 15 years, ran before and after school programs and summer programs. I led programs for parent engagement. I'm also the mother of 4 children. One of them is a public school student right now. As a teacher and a parent, I know that parent-teacher partnerships are critical to student success. I know that when a teacher can reach out to parents and discuss challenging curriculum and come up with strategies to support their child, students thrive. I know that when parents can reach out to their child's teacher and ask questions and voice their concerns, or even more, offer their personal perspectives, students benefit. But this bill does not do that. It does not promote parent-teacher partnerships. It just creates division in our school at a time when both parents and teachers need all the help they can get. I've served on curriculum committees, and it is always required that there be a parent representative on those committees. These are the committees that select the books that will be read in classes. Teachers don't arbitrarily do that. I've addressed my local Board of Education, and there was always time for public comment, and parents were encouraged to join. Parents of varying opinions were asked to show up and give their input on what we were doing in our schools. I've gone to a student's home because their parent could not attend a parent-teacher conference, but I knew that they cared deeply about their child and wanted to have conversations with me. So after school, on my own time, I reached out to connect with those parents. That's what teachers do. So all of this misguided direction from people on the floor who have very little information about what actually happens on the ground level. During COVID, it wasn't that teachers were exposed and parents got an inside look at what happens in classrooms. The best teachers are always inviting parents into the classroom. And our 16-hour markup.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
An additional 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
In our 16-hour markup, committee Democrats offered strategies for parent engagement. We offered amendments to provide video conference so parents could be involved. We offered legislation to say that kids should have healthy meals in school so that they could be on grid and ready to learn, and every single one of them were rejected. This politics over parents legislation creates unnecessary reporting requirements in our schools and diverts resources. I am a parent, and this bill actually removes my rights as a parent at the local level and places them in the hands of Congress. I encourage my colleagues to vote no to this bill and listen to what parents are saying. They're saying they want diverse curriculum, diverse books, teachers who are highly qualified and prepared, and for all students, not just some, but all students to thrive.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Reserves. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the rule and to this very controversial, very dangerous bill, H.R. 5. I am a former teacher. I am a parent. My wife and I have 2 children right now in public schools. This is the life we lead. This is our reality right now. I can tell you that I offered several amendments because I know what I'm talking about. One of the amendments was to protect our schools and our teachers and parents from unnecessary, awful, very expensive litigation. That is what this is going to do. This is going to drown our school districts and our schools and our teachers and maybe our parents in lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. I also, because everyone in my district believes in local control. And so one amendment just said, hey, if you're a believer in local control, allow school districts to opt out of this very dangerous bill. That's a local control issue. That amendment and the other amendment was not ruled in order, so there will be no vote on it. I believe that this government that they are proposing has become too big for most Americans. It is too intrusive. They're banning books. You can't say this, you can't say that. They're in doctors' offices, they're in classrooms. They're going too far and trampling on our freedoms. If they want to help, invest in preschool, invest in childcare, invest in prenatal care, invest in stable housing, invest in after-school programs, invest in all kinds of things that are going to help children and parents. Stop telling us what to do with our lives and with our children. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. Thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Again, the facts are completely irrelevant to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Completely irrelevant. Introduced in the record a little while ago was a story from December, again, trying to perpetuate this myth about book banning. And again, the context here matters that we're talking about legislation in this body to just ensure that parents know what's in the libraries and what's in the curriculum. It does nothing more. Yet that's the great offense. But in trying to perpetuate this myth about federal perpetuation of so-called book banning, and let me be clear, yes, some local jurisdictions are removing certain books, absolutely, and God bless them for it. Books about explicit sex acts. Let that hang out over the chamber. No, I do not want America's children to have to be subjected to that kind of terrible indoctrination in the schools. Absolutely not. And parents should be empowered to stop it. But instead, they want to perpetuate this myth. The facts are true. February 17th, 2023, I will ask that this be introduced into the record. The books about Roberto Clemente and Hank Aaron from the Essential Voices collection are among approximately 10,000 books that have been reviewed and approved through the new state-required book review process. The fact is, there was a purchase of 1,300 books from Perfection Learning. The current effort to review all media center and classroom library books, which is now required under state law, was reviewed, completed. Those books were not banned. And as I said earlier, there are on average 13 to 14 books about Rosa Parks per school in Duval County. Those are the facts. That is the truth. This is a complete misrepresentation designed to scare people when in fact we want to empower parents and provide sunshine for the American people to protect their kids.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman, my colleague from Pennsylvania. Like many of my colleagues here in this chamber, I am blessed to be a parent. My wife and I are proud parents of a 4-year-old daughter, and we are deeply invested in her education and ensuring that she has the ability to be able to live her dreams. And so you can imagine my surprise and my disappointment when I learned that the Republicans, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, would be spending our time today on this bill, the Politics Over Parents Act. Surprise because for so many years, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have bemoaned the role of the federal government in public education. They have lectured us about local control time and time again. And yet here they stand with a bill to impose a variety of unfunded mandates on school districts across the country and eroding local control, as my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, articulated. And disappointment because these unfunded mandates are so disconnected from the real concerns and fears that parents in my district, back home in Colorado, are experiencing every day. Just yesterday, the Denver metro area in Colorado was frozen with fear at the news of another incident of gun violence in one of our schools, East High School. 2 teachers were wounded, one of them critically. This came on the heels just 2 weeks ago of the tragic death of a 16-year-old student at East High as a result of gun violence. Our prayers, our thoughts, our hearts go out to him, his family, his friends, all the students and the parents who have been impacted in just the last 14 days as yet another incident of gun violence tears our community apart. That's what parents in Colorado are concerned about. They're concerned about their students, their children coming home from school alive. They're concerned about the ability of children to be able to get a quality education and not go hungry, to not be poisoned by lead pipes in some of the dilapidated buildings in rural and urban communities across our country, about the cost of childcare. Mr. Speaker, that's what they're concerned about.
When time has expired.
I'd ask the gentlelady for an additional 30 seconds.
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. That is what parents, families are concerned about back in Colorado. And so I would urge my colleagues to oppose this rule so that we can get on to the business of addressing those concerns that I've articulated on behalf of parents and families across our great country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to make a few comments. We've heard about things embedded in this legislation. I want to reiterate, this is a bill that says the parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have the right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have a right to keep their children safe. We've also heard our colleagues talk about how well school boards work, and for large swaths of the country, I'm sure that's true. But just because things work well in some places does not mean they work well in all places. And tell that to Mr. Scott Smith, who was arrested at a school board meeting in Loudoun County, Virginia, when he questioned whether the school might be trying to cover up his daughter's sexual assault by a gender-fluid student. We've heard that this bill pits parents against teachers and against each other. We've heard a lot of those types of comments. The very fact that they characterize this bill as pitting someone against another when I've just stated the facts of what is in the bill should be a red flag. I did sit through a 16-hour markup till early hours of 2:30 or 3 a.m. in the morning. We did hear dozens of amendments, but what I heard were dozens of chances to empower bureaucrats over empowering parents. So Republicans are proud to stand up for parents on behalf of students. This is not politics over parents. It's parents over politicians and bureaucrats. We want what parents all across America want: schools to teach reading, writing, arithmetic, and science with the utmost transparency. Parents want to be involved and informed without having to file 200 Freedom of Information requests only to be sued by the NEA and the school board, such as Nicole Solis. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reserve my time for closing.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Among the many issues that we should be dealing with here, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that states the House's unyielding responsibility to defend and preserve Social Security and Medicare for generations to come, and to affirm that it is the position of the House to reject any cuts to these vital programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are foundational to our constituents' economic and health security. Republicans have demanded unconscionable cuts to these programs in exchange for raising the debt limit and paying our nation's bills. Some of my Republican colleagues have recently changed their rhetoric and now say that they don't want to eviscerate Social Security and Medicare benefits, so I'm offering my friends the opportunity to back up their newfound position. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania Reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania have any more speakers?
Yes, we're prepared to close.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized to close.
Do you want me to do?
How much time do I have?
6.5 minutes.
Thank you. As a member of the Rules Committee, I do feel compelled to comment upon the amendment process that we have with respect to this rule and bill. I'm astounded that once again the Republican majority has reported such an imbalanced rule. This rule actually makes in order every single germane Republican amendment submitted before our meeting yesterday. But for Democratic amendments, the rule blocks 28 of the 31 germane amendments offered by the Democrats. That's a 90% suppression rate of the ideas submitted by the minority party, all of which were compliant with the rules of the House but have been blocked by Republicans from being debated or voted upon. The Rules Committee Republicans actually complained about amendment disparities during the Democratic majority, saying, quote, "There is no context in which such a stifling of minority voices is consistent with the designs of this institution or in the best interest of the American people we represent," end quote. That complaint was written after we made in order 30% of the amendments submitted by Republicans to structured rule bills. So when do we get 20? When we do 30%, it's a crisis for the institution. But when they do 5% this month, it's okay. Speaker McCarthy actually promised both sides, quote, "more openness, more opportunity for ideas to win at the end of the day," end quote. Mr. Speaker, that promise has been broken. This Republican majority knows their bills failed to address real problems, so they continue to block our good ideas from coming to the floor rather than actually debating them. It's wrong, and they need to do better. Mr. Speaker, with respect to H.R. 5, it does not promote the rights of parents, but it does open the door to censoring teachers and textbooks, threatening the rights of students and their parents, imposing costly burdens on our neighborhood schools that they cannot afford, and infringing core American values, including freedom of speech and ideas. It puts right-wing politics over parents and would let a noisy minority push their own agenda and impose their beliefs of what children can or should read or learn onto all parents and students. Our schools carry out important responsibilities of educating the next generation of Americans, and all children deserve access to an equitable and well-rounded education that equips them for the future. We should give our schools the resources to help young people feel supported and ready to reach their full potential. We should not create hostile environments for our most marginalized students. We should not pit parents against each other and against educators, and we shouldn't drive wedges between families and their neighborhood schools. I want to do better than that for our kids, and I hope others today want the same. Mr. Speaker, again, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question in the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The woman from Pennsylvania yields back. The woman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The woman is recognized.
We made a commitment to America, and delivering for parents is an important part of that promise. We must empower parents to be in the driver's seat with respect to their children's education. This isn't about banning books or politicizing education. How parents having a right to be informed about and involved in decisions regarding their own children's academic experience is being misconstrued by some is lost on me. We did have a robust committee markup on this bill that I was part of. We were in committee hearing amendments and debating amendments on that bill in the markup from 10 in the morning till 2:30 in the morning. And in those many amendments, what I heard over and over again was there's nothing to see here, and that this bill is not necessary, and that most schools in America are doing just fine. Well, most schools, Mr. Speaker, are not all schools. Our parents have a fundamental right to know what's happening in the classroom without having to file a public records request to find it. And if things are going so well that our colleagues across the aisle believe that this bill is not needed, then they should stand and join Republicans in support of parents across America. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the question is ordered on the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
For the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
We'd request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. As sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of 15 minutes, less than 15. Ordering the previous question on the House resolution. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 241. Adoption of the House Resolution 241 if ordered, and a motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 406. The first electronic votes will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the order of the previous question on House Resolution 241, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 8, House Resolution 241, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5 to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools.
The question is ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Okay.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Minutes. 2 minutes remaining. One minute remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on a motion by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 406, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 406, a bill to provide for the treatment of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations as an international organization for purposes of the International Organizations Immunities Act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. All members voted. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 33. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Now we're going. The House will be in order. Order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The woman is correct. The House is not in order. Members and staff, please take your conversations off the floor so we can continue with that business of the House. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the woman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on H.R. 5.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 241 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House and on the State of the Union of the consideration of H.R. 5. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar.
The clerk will report.
Union Calendar number 4, H.R. 5, a bill to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to recognize the profound importance of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, and what it means for families across the country. Over the past several years, parents witnessed the consequences of lessons taught in classrooms firsthand. Math scores declined by the largest margin ever, and reading scores plummeted to the lowest levels in over 3 decades. These results are devastating. Teachers' unions and education bureaucrats worked to push progressive politics in classrooms while keeping parents in the dark. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act aims to end that and shine a light on what is happening in schools. This bill will reaffirm a parent's right to review course curriculum, meet with the child's teacher, and be heard at school board meetings without fear of reprisal. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem convinced Republicans are using this bill to punish teachers or push an extreme right-wing agenda. This is false. Our education system is spiraling out of control as parents are pushed further outside of the classroom. This bill will restore the role of parents in schools and provide new mechanisms to promote parent-teacher partnerships. When parents are involved in their child's education, students thrive. That's the guiding principle of this bill. With the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, Republicans will help parents steer the educations of their children back into the correct path where they can learn the skills they need for a lifetime of success. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5 and yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, the Politics Over Parents Act. First, let me be clear. The House Democrats believe parental engagement is central to student success. Parental engagement in schools is closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. But unfortunately, the Politics Over Parents Act does not take meaningful steps to increase or support parental engagement. In fact, it lists so-called rights and then declares that this allows the parents to control what is taught. But let's be clear. There is nothing in the bill to give parents right to dictate what their children are taught. Instead, this bill is one of many attempts by Republican politicians to give a vocal minority the power to try to impose their beliefs on all parents and students. And this extreme education agenda has real consequences for students and educators. According to PEN America, more than 2,500 books were banned in school during the school year 2021-2022, and nearly 140 additional books have taken effect since July 2022. So let me just list some of the books that Republican politicians have gotten banned in the guise of parental rights. Diary of a Young Girl, The Stories of a Holocaust Survivor by Anne Frank. The Kite Runner, a novel of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan by Khalid Hosseini. Beloved, a novel about slaves in the Civil War by Toni Morrison. And on, books like that have been banned because of efforts like what we have before us today. So let's be clear, these books are taught at age-appropriate levels. If we have a problem with it, you should call the librarian. But yet still, Republican politicians are actually having them removed from classrooms and school libraries. Simply put, the Politics Over Parents Act is an educational gag order across the nation which will prevent students from learning and prevent teachers from teaching. These efforts seek to score political points and scare parents into thinking that schools do not have their best interests at heart. Instead, we should be talking about the support schools and families actually need to improve parental-teacher engagement. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Politics Over Parents Act and join House Democrats in an amendment in nature of a substitute in delivering real solutions to build partnerships between schools and families. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Louisiana, Dr. Letlow.
The distinguished woman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join my voice with millions of American parents as the House considers H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. H.R. 5 is about one simple and fundamental principle. Parents should always have a seat at the table when it comes to their child's education. We believe that learning is a partnership between a family and their child's teachers. This bill is the vehicle by which we can put parents and educators together at the same table to have a productive dialogue. This bill is not complex or complicated, nor should it be partisan or polarizing. And contrary to what you may hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it is not an attack on our hard-working teachers who will always be the heroes in my eyes. It is not an attempt to have Congress dictate their curriculum or determine the books in the library. Instead, this bill aims to bring more transparency and accountability to education, allowing parents to be informed, and when they have questions and concerns, to lawfully bring them to their local school boards. Over the past 2 years, we've seen too many instances where rather than opening their doors to welcome parents in as partners, some schools instead slammed them shut and said that government bureaucrats know what's best for our children. Parents across this country have overwhelmingly spoken out that they have had enough. They want a seat at the table because at the end of the day, these are our children, not the government's. Mr. Speaker, I worked in education before I came to Congress, and I'm also a mom. I've seen firsthand how when you educate a child, you give them a future. We know that when parents are involved, it is the students who succeed. We also know that when a family is shut out of their child's education, it will lead to disastrous results. Mr. Speaker, let us give parents that voice in the learning process. Let schools open the doors and welcome them in as partners. And let us work together to build a brighter future for America's children. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member on the Higher Education Subcommittee, Ms. Wilson.
The gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Frederica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5. As an educator, I believe parent voices should be honored in schools. All educators believe this. But we know that this bill is not about that at all. We have always had parents involved in our schools, so stop being foolish and divisive. We always need their input. This bill is nothing more than a talking point of the extreme MAGA agenda that will hurt children and hurt our schools. Let's just face it. There has been a movement to eliminate public education since the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision. With the election of our president 7 years ago, it pulled the scab off a wound that never healed. Now it is an open, gaping wound, and it is out of control. They are throwing everything at public schools but the kitchen sink, vouchers, excessive testing, poorly paid teachers, banning books, and now they're trying to drive a wedge and create an antagonistic relationship between schools and their parents. How pathetic, how dreadful. Parents love teachers. Everybody loves teachers. Every parent has an I love and remember a teacher story. How disgraceful. We want to terrorize the very people who love our children, keep them safe, and educate them for over 8 hours daily. Our teachers are sacrificial lambs. You will never eliminate public schools. We will fight you as long as it takes. This is all the little children who look like me have. Public schools are the bedrock of this nation. Let me tell you what a parent's Bill of Rights should include. I will call it the Parents' 10 Commandments. Thou shalt restore the child tax credit, provide free hot breakfast and lunch, provide pre-K and free community college. Thou shalt end the school-to-prison pipeline, put a nurse in every school, offer after-school activities, provide intensive counseling services, particularly to address school shootings. Thou shalt offer parents the right to improve their education and job skills. Love and respect every child's individuality. Guarantee that every child's teacher will make a minimum of $60,000 a year.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, Chair of the Elementary and Secondary Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Florida is yielded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Should parents have the right to be involved in their child's education? That is the question before us. 72% of Americans have answered yes to that question. Parents should be and want to be involved in their child's education. And according to numerous studies, students who have involved parents have better behavior, better grades, better attendance, and develop a lifelong love of learning, which is the key to long-term success. But today, American parents are fed up. It's largely because they've experienced 2 years of school closures, misguided COVID policies, disastrous remote learning, and curriculum focused on what is woke rather than what is essential academic instruction. They've been branded domestic terrorists for speaking out at school boards. Some were even arrested for having the nerve to plead with school boards about their safety of their child at school. Mr. Speaker, it's time to re-welcome parents back into education. It's time for parents to have the right to know what's going on in American education today. That's why I encourage everybody to support H.R. 5, the Parental Bill of Rights Act, critical legislation that empowers parents and prioritizes the needs of students over entrenched special interest groups. Today, this body has an extraordinary opportunity to reclaim the moral high ground in America and usher in a new era of K through 12 education that empowers parents, protects kids, and expands educational freedom. Americans, parents have said they want to be that part, and it's time for this body to say yes and support parents. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, the ranking member of the Early Childhood, Elementary and Secondary Education Subcommittee, which has jurisdiction of the bill, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5, which should be called the Politics Over Parents Act. After spending 15 years as a very involved public school parent, I can say without hesitation that I strongly support parental involvement in education, and you won't meet a member on this side of the aisle that disagrees with that. But the bill before us today misses the mark. This could have been an opportunity to address the real challenges facing education, to make change that would involve parents in a constructive way, and also make a positive difference in education, and I'm disappointed that we aren't doing that. House Democrats have shown time and time again that we are committed to providing all parents, including those who traditionally face barriers to engagement, with meaningful involvement in their kids' schools. Indeed, it's becoming increasingly clear that the Democratic Party is the party of parental rights and family values. We have put forward a substantive plan that will actually increase the frequency, quality, and accessibility of parental involvement and engagement in schools. A substantive plan that invests in evidence-based models and support systems that have been shown to increase family engagement and improve student achievement. A substantive plan that encourages parents to be partners, not adversaries, in their children's education. A substantive plan that roots out discrimination based on race, disability, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or gender identity in our public schools. And a substantive plan that, unlike H.R. 5, doesn't carry dangerous authoritarian undertones, encouraging book bans, discouraging the teaching of scientifically and historically accurate curricula, and leading to the micromanagement of the work of educators. We welcome a conversation about how to empower parents and urge our friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle to abandon their politically motivated attacks on schools, teachers, and students. We should instead be working together on these issues in a bipartisan manner. Our nation's students and families deserve that. We need more parents, including those from diverse backgrounds, to feel included, supported, engaged, and welcomed at their kids' school. And this bill does not even begin to do that. I am leading more than 45 of our colleagues on a Bill of Rights for students and parents, a resolution that is supported by more than 250 education, civil rights, and parents groups, including the National PTA. Now, I've heard colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that history will judge us on how we respond to the needs of students and families at this moment, and I agree with them. Will we succumb to an extremist, discriminatory, narrow-minded anti-public education agenda, or will we work together to advance common sense, meaningful policies that will support parents, students, and educators? I urge all of my colleagues to take the approach that still sees public education as the great equalizer for all students, regardless of who they are or where they're from, essential to our communities, the economy, and our democratic republic. Please join me in rejecting this bill. And Mr. Speaker, as I yield back, I would like to introduce,
time has expired.
I want to introduce a statement from the National PTA in opposition to H.R. 5.
Recognized. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina. For what purpose do you rise?
Did the gentlelady's request to introduce or unanimous consent request, was that recognized?
Did you recognize it under general leave?
That request is covered under general leave.
Okay.
So it is introduced.
It's covered.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, also the chair of the Agriculture Committee.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Parents' Bill of Rights. This legislation is just one of many promises we intend to keep in our commitment to America. As a recovering school board member, I know firsthand the importance of hearing from parents and encourage them to be engaged in their child's education. The Parents' Bill of Rights provides parents an expanded opportunity to engage with their children and the teachers who educate them. This bill implements clear, common sense protections, allowing parents to easily review curriculum information, academic standards, and see how schools are spending our tax dollars. Parents deserve the right to be heard and should be able to raise concerns and address their school board without fear of harassment or retribution. This bill includes simple protections to keep our children safe, from protecting their privacy to requiring parents to be notified of violent activity in the school. As a graduate of the public school system and having raised 3 sons in the very same school district, I know parental involvement is critical to fostering a successful educational environment. Mr. Speaker, quite simply, this bill is common sense. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that ensures parents are at the center of their child's educational experience. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Politics Over Parents Act as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, as a member of the LGBTQ community, but above all, as a teacher. I'm an educator, and I know how important parental involvement is. All parents, including the parents of LGBTQ kids, have rights. They have rights to send their children to schools where they will be affirmed, protected, and free from harassment and given the opportunity to thrive. They have a right to be free from bullying and humiliation. And I want to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to introduce into the record a letter from A Million Moms Rising into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
In committee, my Republican colleagues have preached about a parent's God-given rights. I will tell you now that children have a God-given right not to be physically or emotionally harmed. As a teacher, I know of instances where children were outed by staff, and as a consequence, those children faced severe punishment at home. One student was viciously beaten by his father and transferred out of a district after his family was informed that he was caught physically being affectionate with another boy. Imagine the situation in which educators are placed when government requires them to out their student to an unsupportive family. I'll tell you what happens to those kids. 73% of LGBTQ youth report anxiety. 58% of them report depression. 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ, and 46%, nearly half of them, have seriously considered suicide. Good teachers care about their kids. Good teachers know that a relationship with parents is important. But when a home is not safe for LGBT kids, school becomes their safe place. And teachers need to be their cheerleaders, not their first bullies. This bill forces good teachers to do bad things. It alienates students from their parents. It outs kids. It forces kids back into the closet. It is a fundamental invasion of privacy that puts children in danger. In the first 3 months that this Congress has been in session, this is what Republicans have chosen to spend our time and taxpayer dollars on. The so-called Parents' Bill of Rights is the exact type of big government overreach that my colleagues across the aisle proclaim that they are against, and puts the cost of their pursuit of political gain on the backs of students and teachers. This is worse than simply bad legislation. It is a concerted attack on children, parents, and teachers, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
The distinguished gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights, and thank Representative Letlow and Chair Fox for their leadership in defending the God-given rights of parents and protecting kids as well. Parental involvement in their children's education is paramount to student success. However, in recent years, we've seen a push by some to exclude parents from their children's education. This is why I recently introduced the Protect Kids Act with Senator Tim Scott, which has been included as an amendment to H.R. 5. The Protect Kids Act would require any Department of Education-funded elementary or middle school to seek and acquire parental consent before changing their child's pronouns or preferred name on any school form. This provision is straightforward, common sense, and will safeguard the critical relationship between parents and schools and children. When a child goes on a field trip or fails a test, their parents are told and often required to sign an acknowledgement of a permission slip. Why should relatively small things require notification, but something as significant as a child's pronouns or a change in accommodations can be withheld from the people who raise and love them? Recent polling shows this has broad support of the American people. 3/4 of Americans believe schools should be required to obtain consent from parents. Parents have a fundamental right to raise and educate their children how they choose. We must pass the Parents' Bill of Rights to help mitigate issues we've seen nationwide and to support parents who need the support to do right by their kids as well. We believe on this side of the aisle, we believe this is the right way to go, and we believe in the end it'll promote education, family, and individualism as well. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Congress should be supporting parents, students, and teachers, not advancing this Politics Over Parents Act, which would punish teachers for giving history lessons, ban books, and sow hate and divisiveness against trans kids. Parents have the utmost confidence in their kids' teachers. When it comes to writing curricula, 76% of parents trust their child's school. But when it comes to writing laws, political gimmicks like this bill keep them from saying the same thing about this very body. Instead of manufacturing outrage over curricula and books, why don't we just listen? 84% of parents would rather Congress give free school meals, and 79% want support for mental health services. And in a survey of parents' top concerns by the Pew Charitable Trust, 40% said they were extremely or very worried about their children struggling with depression, 35% said they were concerned about bullying, and 22% were worried about their kids being shot. Not a single one of those issues on the top list of parental concerns is addressed in this bill. So don't tell me this is a parent's bill of rights. This is not addressing gun violence, it's not addressing mental health, it's not addressing child care, pre-K, and all of the other things that would be a part of a parent's Bill of Rights. Instead, we're spending time on a bill that sows doubt about public education and our teachers, and also targets our very vulnerable trans kids who are absolutely no threat to anyone in this body. Please understand that the provisions in this bill that out trans kids are cruel and dangerous. I say that as a mom of a trans kid. And I was very embracing to my daughter when she came out, but not every family is. The reality is 75% of trans kids experience discrimination and harassment. So why do Republicans want schools to require outing LGBTQ students? That does not make them better students. Congress has the constitutional authority to write laws. What a mockery and betrayal of that duty it would be to pass this stunt of a bill that doesn't address a single priority of parents, bans books, undermines teachers, and hurts our kids. Democrats are the party of parents and families. We reject this bill, and we commit to fighting for child care, for universal pre-K, for a child tax credit, and for the ability to people to be free for who they are and express themselves. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 statements, one from the National Education Association and one from the American Federation of Teachers.
Without objection.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Chairwoman Fox, and thank you to my Republican colleagues for taking up this very important bill. There has been a push by powerful teacher unions, left-wing politicians, and most concerning, the Biden Justice Department, to silence parents throughout our country. The Biden administration used the FBI, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world, to intimidate parents for showing up to school board meetings to oppose Biden's radical agenda. Parents' rights are non-negotiable. Parents are the decision makers for their child's education, which includes their child's curriculum. Parents want schools focused on reading, writing, and math, not woke politics. The radical left in our country seeks to silence parents and use public schools and colleges to indoctrinate our youth. They don't want to teach children how to think, they want to teach them what to think. I am grateful that several of my bills are included in the Parents' Bill of Rights to protect children from radical gender ideology and to ensure parents are informed when information is being collected about their children through surveys or documents. Parents have the right to know what is being taught to their child, and they have the right to opt their child out of any discussion about sexual orientation and gender ideology. I am proud House Republicans are keeping our commitment to fight for parental rights, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 5. I rise in opposition as someone who's actually been a student in our public school system within the last decade. I rise as someone who is the son of a public school educator, special education teacher of 37 years. Love you, Mom. And I also rise as someone who sat on my local school board for 2 years as the student representative. This bill is modeled after one that I know very well, Florida's parental rights in the education law. Most of us know it as Don't Say Gay. And Don't Say Gay infringes on parents' rights, including LGBTQ+ and supportive parents. Bills like this make schools more hostile, and make no mistake, it results in hate, bigotry, and yes, sometimes death of our students in schools. Republican lawmakers won't even allow my amendment to be considered that protects the First Amendment rights of parents. We want to talk about parental rights. What about their First Amendment right to fight for their children, LGBTQ+ children, who are fighting for gender-affirming and life-saving care? One of my colleagues brought this up, but this bill focuses on parents' rights, but what about the rights of our students? What about the rights of our young people? Why are my Republican colleagues not advocating for our students? Is it because they know that the majority of young people despise legislation like this and do not support legislation like this that is bigoted? Is it because this generation is the most progressive generation this country has ever seen, because they want a world where everybody can succeed, where we see the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable? See, the party is branded on freedom and liberty, but what about the freedom and liberties of young people and students who actually sit in the classroom? I mean, if Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in our schools, they would focus on feeding kids so we can ensure that everyone can learn on a full stomach. If Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in our schools, they would make sure that students have updated technology, teachers have the resources they need so students can actually learn. If Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in schools, what about the kids who are gunned down in their classrooms? The leading cause of death in this country being gun violence for young people. None of that is in this bill. This bill is just a vehicle for hate and political nonsense, pushing a chosen wedge issue. It's not about policy, it's about politics. It's not about freedom and liberty, it's about the fear of a problem that doesn't exist. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
The gentleman from Florida is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to state the obvious. There is no room for woke ideologies, sexualization of our children, and CRT in our classrooms. The legislation before us makes a few things clear, but the main point is this: parents' rights matter. American citizens rose up and demanded a seat at the table when it comes to their child's education and curriculum, and they did that by electing a GOP majority in the House. So I thank our leadership for bringing this legislation to the floor, and as a father, I want to make it a priority that we state that parents can and should protect their children. This bill ensures parents have a voice. It's time to show the American people we stand with parents, not educational bureaucrats who want to restrict our understanding and visibility of the issues. These parents are not to be labeled as domestic terrorists. They are proud parents who want their children to succeed and not to be indoctrinated. And so I stand in great support of H.R. 5. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 5 minutes to the Democratic whip, gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
The gentlelady from Massachusetts is yielded 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, and I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights into the record.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave. It's unnecessary.
Mr. Speaker, I am the proud mom of 3. Altogether, I have 36 cumulative school years under my belt. And I served on a school board for 6 of those, fighting for parents and for kids. So I speak from experience when I call on this chamber to oppose the GOP's Politics Over Parents Act. Once again, the majority is showing us how out of touch they are with American families. They are obsessed with wokeism, even as they struggle to define what that even means. But let me tell you, parents in this country are wide awake. They wake up every day and do the best they can to provide for their families. They wake up and they want great schools where every single child can learn and excel. Parents want affordable child care. They know that's the beginning of a great education. Right now, parents are spending nearly a quarter of their family budget on child care, and that's when they can find it at all. Congress had a chance to cut those costs for families. Every single House Republican voted no. That's politics over parents. Parents know that building a better future means teaching our country's history. They know we have to address our teacher shortage, but demonizing educators, banning books like To Kill a Mockingbird, that's politics over parents. Parents know that taking care of a sick child shouldn't cost them their paycheck. They should not have to send that child to school sick because they don't have paid leave. But the United States remains one of the only developed countries in the world without paid family leave. Every single House Republican voted against this basic benefit. That's politics over parents. Moms and dads want schools and communities are safe. They do not want their children shot while they are in school. Just yesterday, Denver families faced the horror of yet another school shooting. House Republicans refuse to enact common sense reforms. Why? Politics over parents. How about something as basic as feeding our children? Nope. House Republicans voted against the child tax credit. They voted to slash food stamps and eliminate free school lunches. Once again, politics over parents. And then there's the shameless hypocrisy. Talking about parents' rights as the GOP strips away Americans' rights to decide if and when they are going to have children. At every turn, House Republicans have undermined the rights, freedom, and well-being of our nation's families. Let's say yes to parents and no to this shameful bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, it's interesting what we hear from the other side of the aisle. I'll have to depart from my prepared text to comment on what we're hearing. I always come back to the once put on the Black Lives Matter website that they wanted to get rid of the Western prescribed nuclear family. There is this hostility to traditional values that is seeping into the public schools today. We recently read a poll showing that of people in the baby boom generation, over 60% are proud to be American, where people under 25 are no longer proud to be American. Where do they get this? They get this because some members of the schools, too many, and you can hear it from that side of the aisle, are obsessed with racism. This in such a open, people are coming here from all over the world. You'd have to be blind to think that racism is a huge problem here. But their obsession over racism, the obsession over LGBTQ, their hostility to guns are all things that are pounding out of that side of the aisle, and we don't like our kids having to pick up on that. And when parents do show up, we've now found out that the FBI may become involved. They're so scared to death of parents sticking their nose into their own children's business. Our country was made for a moral and religious people. Instead, the other side wants us to become a progressive group of people. And whatever progressive stands for, I would have to say it's hostility to religion and ever-growing government, where the government's more and more responsible for everything in society. It is vital that we assure, particularly in an age in which elected officials apparently side with the FBI getting involved with parents who stick their nose in their children's life, it is vital that we pass a bill today clarifying that parents do have the right to get involved in their children's education, and it doesn't matter what the president orders or allows his FBI to do. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we're seeing here today is the Republican Party's attempt to take some of the most heinous legislation that we are seeing passed on the state level to attack our trans and LGBT, as well as people from marginalized communities, right to exist in schools. This flowery language of quote-unquote parental rights and freedom hides the sinister fact of this legislative text. If you notice in these arguments, they are not really discussing what is actually in this legislation. It includes 2 provisions that require schools to out trans, non-binary, and LGBT youth, even if it would put said youth in harm's way. One of the highest rates of youth homelessness is in the LGBT community, from parents who want to kick their children out in households that may be unstable or abusive. For so many children of abuse, school is their only safe place to be. But before they claim that this is not about banning books and not about harming the LGBT community, let's just look at the impacts of similar Republican legislation that has already passed on the state level. Look at these books that have already been banned due to Republican measures. The Life of Rosa Parks. This apparently is too woke by the Republican Party. Song of Solomon is unacceptable to Republican politics. 40% of banned books have reported are significantly addressing and specifically addressing LGBT issues. To say and talk about government reach and freedom, this Republican bill is asking the government to force the outing of LGBT people before they are ready. And talking about the rights of parents in this gallery today, the National Parents Union is here saying, don't do this. I have a letter that I'd like to submit where they are asking the Republican Party to keep culture wars out of classrooms. Our children need urgent and aggressive educational solutions. The American Library Association coming out against this Republican proposal. When we talk about progressive values, I can say what my progressive value is, and that is freedom over fascism. Thank you very
Gentlewoman's
much.
time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Congresswoman Letlow of Louisiana for introducing this important piece of legislation, and Chairwoman Fox for her steady and unwavering leadership, and who guided the Education Committee through a 16-hour debate ending in a 2:23 a.m. vote a few weeks ago to pass this out of committee. This bill ensures that parents stay at the center of educating their children, regardless of whether that education occurs at home or in a public school system or anywhere in between. Until we can get the federal government completely out of K through 12 education, federal legislation shoring up the rights of parents is absolutely necessary. H.R. 5, known as the Parental Bill of Rights, will keep parents and families at the forefront of their child's educational journey. It will also strengthen those critical partnerships between engaged parents and willing educators. And the beneficiary of such partnerships will undoubtedly be the school children nationwide. For generations, our classrooms have been a sacred place, a place where children dig in to understand this world and how it works, where they discover their passions and the reason for their creation, and where they prepare for a lifetime of pursuing those passions. I know this firsthand because before I entered my legal career, I worked in a public school system for multiple years. I married a public educator, and about 9 years ago, I helped to start and run an education foundation that supports the fabulous teachers in my local public school district who teach with innovation and passion. Currently, I have 4 children donning the doors of that very school system, a choice my wife and I proudly make. But public classrooms should not be a place for advancing personal agendas or political propaganda. The role of our public educators is to educate, not to indoctrinate. And although the overwhelming majority of educators that I represent in East Texas thankfully understand this, it seems to me that in so many other corners of this country, many others have forgotten this, or perhaps they have just simply forsaken this on purpose. In either case, it requires action by this Congress to stand firmly with parents in their partnership with educators. Neither parents nor educators are the enemy. The enemy here is an unchecked system and political agenda that excludes one of those 2 essential parties necessary for the proper education of students, namely the parents. In 1925, the Supreme Court unanimously held that, quote, the parental right to guide one's child intellectually and religiously is a most substantial part of the liberty and freedom of a parent. So this concept is nothing new. We are talking about the fundamental rights of parents. Parents should be at the center of the education of their children, not the federal government. As a member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I will continue to fight to keep the federal government out of our children's educational journey while working to increase the voice of our parents and families. As a member of that committee, I will also continue to applaud the dedicated work of so many educators in this country who have been doing the right thing by both parents and students for decades. For those educators in school districts, this legislation changes little. But for those who see parents as the enemy, this legislation changes much. Under this legislation, young and impressionable students will be safeguarded from propaganda and undue influence from those who should be educating, but who have instead chosen to deviate from this responsibility to pursue a political agenda. Nearly a century later, after the Supreme Court weighed in on this issue, I am proud to stand here in support of the Parental Bill of Rights, which will reinforce the fundamental rights of parents and guardians to make the decision that is best for their families and their children's academic career. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the Democratic leader, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5, legislation brought to us by the extreme MAGA Republicans that will put politics over parents. This legislation has nothing to do with parental involvement, parental engagement, parental empowerment. It has everything to do with jamming the extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and the parents of the United States of America. Now, House Democrats believe that every single child should have access to a high-quality, first-rate education. House Democrats believe that every single child throughout America should learn reading, writing, and arithmetic at the highest level possible. House Democrats believe that every single child should be exposed to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics so that they have the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. House Democrats believe that every single child in this great nation should have the opportunity to robustly pursue the American dream. And House Democrats believe that the parents of this great country should have the opportunity to be involved intimately and engaged intimately in the education of their children. We take a back seat to no one on this issue. In fact, we put resources into making sure that parents have the opportunity to be fully involved and engaged in the education of their children. The other side of the aisle, the extreme MAGA Republicans, have in fact voted against legislative efforts to empower parents in our schools. A deeply personal issue for all of us. I'm the father of 2 sons who are in public school every step of the way. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. And parental involvement and parental engagement is critically important. It was for their journey, for their success, and we want that for every single parent in America. But what we don't want is the extreme MAGA Republicans trying to tell the parents of America how to educate their children, how to raise their children, what books their children can or cannot be exposed to on their educational journey. That's what the Politics Over Parents bill is all about. Their educational agenda is pretty simple. They want to ban books. They want to bully the LGBTQ plus community. They want to bring guns into classrooms, kindergarten and above. That's their educational agenda. They want to ban books about history, ban books about the American journey, ban books about the Holocaust, ban books about slavery, ban books about the civil rights movement, ban books about the LGBTQ plus experience, ban books about the Native American experience, ban books about the Latino experience, ban books about the Asian American experience, ban books about our collective journey as a great country, a gorgeous mosaic of people from all over the world who come here to pursue the American dream. That's what makes American exceptionalism so phenomenally important to our collective success as a country, and they want to take that away from the parents of America. They've already banned, because of what has happened in several states, more than 2,500 books in America, the highest number in recorded history. What kind of books have they banned? Are these books dangerous to the education of our children? They're too numerous for any of us to go through during the time that we have allotted for this debate, but let's go through a few of them. They want to ban a book called Mouse. It's about the horrors of the Holocaust, an egregious crime against humanity that we should never, ever forget. 6 million Jews exterminated. They want to ban Mouse, a book about the Holocaust. What's so offensive in that book? Let me read a passage. They took us from our papers, our clothes, and our hair. We were cold, and we were afraid. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the children of America to learn about the Holocaust. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. There's a federal holiday in honor of Martin Luther King, Jr., what he meant to the country, the civil rights movement, the march toward a more perfect union, liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, free and fair elections. They want to ban a book, I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. What's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. In my life, people tried to tell me I wasn't as good as they were. just because of the color of my skin. When someone hurts you like that, it can be tempting to hurt them back. You must refuse. When someone shows you hate, show them love. When someone shows you violence, show them kindness. That's the book that they want to ban. I Am Martin Luther King Jr. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called Melissa, a book describing, in very personal terms, the experience of a trans girl beginning to understand her identity. What's so dangerous about that? I was taught in my religion, growing up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, that we are all God's children. Shouldn't we learn about all of God's children? That's what my religion teaches me. What's so offensive about Melissa? What's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. Her heart sank. She had genuinely started to believe that if people could see her on stage as Charlotte, maybe they would see that she was a girl off stage too. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want your child to learn about the LGBTQ plus experience in America. That's not a decision that extreme MAGA Republicans here in Congress should make. The parents of America should be able to make that determination. What else do the extreme MAGA Republicans want to ban? Now, I grew up in America where we were taught whenever you were trying to identify something with this great country, that, well, there's nothing more American than baseball and apple pie. I'm sure if we searched hard enough, they want to ban something about apple pie. But today, we know they definitively have tried to ban a book about baseball, about Roberto Clemente, the first Latino baseball player to make it into the Hall of Fame. Why do they want to ban a book about Roberto Clemente? What are they trying to hide from you? Let me read a passage from this book. He had no money for a baseball bat, so he made one from a guava tree branch. His first glove he also made from the cloth of a coffee bean sack. His first baseball field was muddy and crowded with palm trees. Isn't that part of what makes America such a great country? That you can aspire to being part of what you see in front of you, in this case, baseball, young kid growing up in Puerto Rico, by the way, part of America, who decides that he wants to be part of this great American pastime. But the extreme MAGA Republicans want to stop your children from learning about the Latino experience in America, even when it relates to baseball and Roberto Clemente. One last example, I could be up here all day. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, which is about a Native teenager's high school experience. What's more American than Native Americans? But they don't want your children to learn about Native American history, experience in this country. What's so dangerous about this particular book? Let's see. It says, we Indians have lost everything. We lost our native land. We lost our languages. We lost our songs and dances. We lost each other. We only know how to lose and be lost. That's part of the Native American experience in this country. That's part of reality. That's part of our journey. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the parents of this country to have the opportunity to decide for themselves whether the children of America should have an opportunity to learn about the Native American experience. They want to jam their extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and parents in America. That's unacceptable, that's unconscionable, and that's un-American. And that's one of the reasons why we strongly oppose this legislation. We'll fight against this legislation. We'll fight against the banning of books, fight against the bullying of children from any community, and certainly from the LGBTQ plus community. And we're going to fight against your extreme MAGA Republican agenda that has no interest in dealing with the education of our children, empowering them, and offers up solutions like bringing guns into the classroom. We will fight against their efforts at banning books and bullying children and taking away the freedom of parents to make decisions on their own today. We'll fight against it tomorrow. We'll fight against it forever, and always stand with the parents and children of our great country. Vote no against H.R. 5.
From Virginia reserves, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, here's the truth about this bill. This bill will not ban any books. I repeat, this bill will not ban any books. What's dangerous right now is when people misrepresent what is in legislation before us. I now yield 4 minutes to my distinguished colleague, the chair of the Higher Education Workforce Development Subcommittee, Mr. Owens, the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. I'm the father of 6 children and the grandfather of 16 grandchildren. I'm also the son of 2 educators. I know from experience that students succeed when parents and educators work together. Between crippling learning loss, school closures, and now teacher strikes, our kids have been through enough. They don't stand a chance if parents are kicked out of the driver's seat. Moms and dads are the primary stakeholders in the child's education, not the government, period. They have a God-given right to be involved in the child's education and development, especially in the classroom. But under the one-party Democratic rule in Washington, parents have been left behind, kept out of the classroom, and even labeled and targeted as domestic terrorists by the Biden's DOJ. In Biden's America, parents come last. Under the House Republican majority, we're supporting parents and fulfilling our commitment to America by making sure moms and dads have a seat at the table. The Parents' Bill of Rights is just good old-fashioned common sense. And here's the truth of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have a right to know what's being taught in schools and see the reading materials. Parents have a right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have a right to protect their child's privacy. And parents have a right to be updated on any violent activity at school. Unfortunately, this good old common sense in committee, 17 Democrats opposed protecting these God-given parental rights. Just remember, parental rights are non-negotiable. I'm proud to vote yes on the Parents' Bill of Rights and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Speaker, I want to adhere to the protocols of the floor. If I did not, I would shout from the rooftops as a mother and a happy grandmother that I champion parental rights and parents. I'm happy to have been one and to continue to be one. And I view the parenthood and parents' rights as a cherished right. Not one Democrat here would argue against that principle. In fact, there is no doubt that we as Democrats have fought for parents and their rights. Child tax credits will now be made permanent, taking care of additional child care for those parents who are burdened, or for those who need housing to invest more so that children have roofs over their head, and as well to ensure that no one is left alone looking for housing. But why I cannot support H.R. 5 is not because of my champion parents' rights. Before I came here from Houston, I was with parents fighting against the devastating takeover of a Republican governor and state education commissioner of a school district that has a rate of B. But I am against undermining nutrition in schools. That is in this bill. I am against undermining vulnerable children, such as transgender children. I am against banning books, such as a book about a black astrologist, a scientist, Neil deGrasse, or the story of a man ultimately of peace who brought South Africa together, Nelson Mandela. Ban books. I am against that. I'm against it because I would want to make sure that parents wanted to have involvement of what their children learned. I'm against not wanting to hear the words of Elie Wiesel about the Holocaust that said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation." Don't we want our children to be kind? Don't we want our children to know that slavery was wrong as I fight against slavery today that still exists? Don't we want our children to understand the basis of all of our history, the mosaicness of this nation and African American history? Don't we want teachers to get the salaries that they deserve? And don't we want to make sure that it's important, if you will, to ensure that our school buildings are repaired? That is why I want to submit into the record the first focus letter, and I want us to know that in supporting parents' rights, we must support not destroying public school education, and we must support the Houston Independent School District to
Gentlewoman's
not allow
time has expired. She shall no longer be recognized. House will come to order. The House will come to order. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the lady. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. This legislation reinforces parents' indisputable right to the protection and education of their children. We have seen a push towards centralizing education by the government, a mentality seen too often with the left taking away those decisions from parents. This bill returns choice to the caretakers of our most precious resource, the next generation. Why do we need this bill? We had a Democrat politician running for governor in Virginia and who lost, who said, "I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach." Can you believe that? I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. Republicans believe in education, especially when parents are in control. It is ironic that the left wing has censored or banned books. Harry Potter books have been burned because leftists don't like the author. Left-wing school districts in California have banned Of Mice and Men and To Kill a Mockingbird. This bill puts parents in control, and everyone who cares about the welfare of our youngest citizens should support this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We oppose H.R. 5 because we stand with the school boards and the PTAs and the parents and the teachers, the students, and 13,000 school superintendents whose letter opposing this legislation I now ask unanimous consent to submit for the record.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
We stand with local governments against this outrageous power grab by MAGA Republicans in Washington who are supporting book banning, suppression of historical facts about slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and racial violence, and favoring top-down micromanagement of our local schools across America. Is there really a problem for parents like us with finding out what's in our public school libraries? Well, before you pass a massive new federal law and a massive new unfunded mandate for our local governments, why don't you take the time to make a phone call? That's what I did. I called up the person who runs the school libraries for Montgomery County, Maryland, which has more than 1 million people there, and I learned from Andrea Christman, who oversees all the media centers for our county, that the entire catalog of 2.2 million books is online, freely available, and current as of today. And anybody can go online and find it right now. So if all the info is out there, as local governments want it to be, then what is this about? Well, it's about book banning, of course. 2 years ago, more than 1,600 books were banned in the United States of America. Here are 3 of the key books that the right-wingers have been going after. Khaled Hosseini's The Kite Runner, about the dangerous fanaticism, authoritarianism, and abuse of the Taliban, a right-wing religious fundamentalist movement all about censorship and repressing women's control over their own bodies and their own fertility. The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood's extraordinary dystopian novel about a right-wing misogynist movement which uses high technology and depraved religious ideology to control not only the minds of their followers, but the private and public lives and the fertility of women. And of course, George Orwell's 1984, because they have no sense of irony. They're always trying to censor this one. Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman's time's expired.
We need more politicians reading books in America and fewer politicians trying to censor books in America.
And continue.
It is amazing to me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, it's amazing to me to see politicians who oppose a universal violent criminal background check and who defend assault weapons after the massacres at Columbine, after Parkland, Florida, after Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut, after Uvalde, after Santa Fe, Texas, that they are now going to keep America's children safe by banning The Handmaid's Tale in 1984. We can do better for the children of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield time to Mr. Lawler for the purposes of a colloquy, such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address a technical issue I have on the bill. First, let me say I have been a strong supporter of the Parents' Bill of Rights and believe this bill gives parents much-needed certainty that they will have transparency in their child's education. Simply put, this bill guarantees all parents a voice in the decisions that affect their children and a seat at the table. And it makes clear that you do not relinquish your rights as a parent simply by sending your child to a public school. Now, among the bill's main components, parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending, and parents have a right to protect their child's privacy, and parents have a right to keep their children safe. Some say this is already the case, and that this is just codifying. Well, if that's the case, then great. We're codifying into law the ability and the rights of parents. Now, these are important safeguards that not only ensure parents' rights, but they also respect state and local control of our schools. It does not get into what is taught in schools, what books or materials are used, or how a school should address a given issue. Those decisions are still left to the state and local school districts. Now, in addition, when it comes to their child's health and well-being, parents have a right to know if a school employee acts to treat, advise, or address issues of cyberbullying, bullying, hazing, mental health, suicidal ideation or self-harm, possession or use of drugs, an eating disorder, or if a child brings a gun to school. Now, there's also protections included in this bill that require parents to be informed if their school takes action to change their child's gender markers, pronouns, preferred name, or make sex-based accommodations for locker rooms or bathrooms. Now, I recently met with constituents from the LGBTQ plus community in my district, including trans youth and parents. And they raised several concerns about this language, concerns primarily focused on the safety and well-being of these youth, especially trans youth. And so, Dr. Fox, I'm hoping that you can clarify some of this for me and for the record. Does the bill require teachers or school officials to disclose the sexual orientation of a student or statements made by the student about his or her gender identity? Second, will students still have the ability to speak with teachers, advisors, or school officials without fear that those conversations will be subject to disclosure? And finally, will states and local school districts still be able to come up with their own policies and best practices for informing parents about these issues so as to ensure the well-being and safety of their child?
I thank the gentleman from New York for his questions, and I can confirm that the bill does not require a teacher to disclose any of the information that he described. The bill does not address a student's identity or statements, but is solely focused on notifying parents about actions taken by school personnel to act on a gender transition, such as changing pronouns or switching locker rooms. I would add, despite the claims from my friends on the other side of the aisle, that even the New York Times acknowledged that this is not a partisan issue, writing in January that, quote, parents of all political persuasions have found themselves unsettled by what schools know and don't reveal. Our bill enshrines common sense transparency for parents of children to reflect these concerns, but it does not force any teacher to reveal private conversations or any information about sexual orientation. The legislation is also clear that education is largely the responsibility of the states, and any state or local school district would work with the department to ensure their compliance with these provisions without violating student privacy.
I thank the chairwoman for her clarification, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 30 seconds.
Yours.
Mr. Chairman, on page 8 of the bill, it says that the parents have the right to know if a school employee or contractor acts to, quote, change a minor child's gender, markers, pronouns, or preferred name, allow a child to change the child's sex-based accommodations, including locker room or bathrooms, right to know if a school employee acts to treat, advise, address the cyberbullying of a student, treat, advise, address bullying. And this says a child. It doesn't say their own child. It says a child. So I'm not sure what the answer was, but I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota has yielded 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support parents' rights. And I'm proud to live in the state of Minnesota where parents have the right to remove their child from a class assignment if they're not comfortable with the subject matter. That is state law today in Minnesota. I hear from parents across Minnesota's 2nd District every day who are worried about their children. And I hear from teachers every day who need more support and resources for their students. There are more than 800,000 public school students in Minnesota. And I don't think Washington politicians, the people standing here on the House floor today, should mandate which books are in their school libraries. I don't think Washington politicians should mandate their parent-teacher conference schedules. I don't think Washington politicians should mandate whether these 800,000 kids get the mental health support they need. Let's be real about what this bill is actually about. This is about MAGA Republicans who want to start a fake culture war targeting some of the most vulnerable kids in America in our kids' classrooms. Shame on you. If you want to support parents, let's fully fund our public schools and sharpen our focus on special education programs. Let's figure out how we recruit and retain talented teachers. Let's get our kids and educators the mental health resources they desperately need. And let's leave the power to decide.
The gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
And let's leave the power to decide what's best for students at the local level. Mr. Speaker, I support parents' rights, but this bill has nothing to do with that. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to introduce for the record a letter expressing serious concern with this legislation from the National Association of School Psychologists. And I yield.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia has yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, there's no question that over the past several years, we've seen parents being denied the right to make decisions about their children's education. I don't quite understand the argument from the other side. The reason I stand before this body today is not because I happen to be in Washington. It's because I'm representing parents in my district who want to know what their children are being taught and what they're required to read. In fact, parents across this country, certain groups have gone so far as to label the parents domestic terrorists just because they wanted to say in their children's education. That's what we're talking about today, is giving control back to the parents of our children. Folks, this is not the way our education system was created, and it's not the way it's supposed to work. Allowing families to have a say in their children's education should not be a controversial subject. I don't get it. Parents have a right to know what is being taught to their children, to give consent for medical evaluations, and to be heard. My goodness, it's in the top 10. Honor thy father and thy mother. Unfortunately, we've seen Washington Democrats and outside groups push to radically reshape our education system by injecting divisive concepts and curriculum into our schools and classrooms, regardless of whether families approve. House Republicans are working to fulfill our commitment to America by building a future that's built on freedom, for crying out loud. A future where parents' rights are protected and families are given a seat at the table. I'm calling on all of my colleagues to join us in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Virginia has 29 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 31 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5, which we should really call the Politics Over Parents Act. As a mom of 3, let me be clear about what this legislation would do. It opens the door to gagging educators, parents, and students, and turns classrooms into archaic tools for a vocal extremist minority. Worse, it undermines what any mother wants for her child: a supportive classroom space that provides a fact-based education and practical life and critical thinking skills. Just look at the colossal education nightmare unfolding in my home state of Florida right now. Governor DeSantis and his stooge Florida lawmakers propose prohibiting girls from discussing their menstrual periods with one another while in school. They are already banning books, and they are barring certain elements of African Americans' history from being taught in school. Governor DeSantis and his radical allies are also waging a cruel campaign to marginalize Florida's LGBTQ+ community and suppress the histories of others they deem unworthy. The Republican revival of the Lavender Scare includes shutting down businesses and passing a Don't Say Gay law that bans classroom discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity, even in high school. Like a cancer, this hateful law has spread, with Republicans now censoring educators on a wide variety of topics. So it's no surprise my colleagues across the aisle want to export these same dangerous policies across America. Make no mistake, H.R. 5 undermines teachers, and instead of offering students more support, it effectively denies it. The result of this law in Florida has cleared bookshelves and canceled coursework and an AP exam on African American history. As a mother whose children attended public schools, I speak for millions of moms when I say all we want for our children is a safe learning environment that ensures they discover the wider world and not force them to grow into narrow-minded, ignorant adults. But this legislation just hands a vocal and extreme minority of parents the power to dictate what every American child learns. And to all my business-friendly Republicans, every classroom move to censor and ban leaves our children even less competitive on the global stage. Mark my words. Take it from this mom. We should reject this misguided legislation and instead unite to build classrooms where every child gets the resources and support they need to succeed in the 21st century. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I ask unanimous consent to enter the letter from the First Focus Campaign for Children into the record, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's request is covered by general leave. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeRemer.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise today as a proud mother of twin daughters. As a parent, I know moms and dads agree that we all want what's best for our children. That's one of the reasons why it's so difficult for us to let our sons and daughters go on their first day of kindergarten. We have to start placing an enormous amount of trust in our teachers and administrators to do what's best for our children. But at the end of the day, nobody will understand a child's interests and needs more than the people who love them most, their parents. So it's easy to understand why parents want to have and deserve to have the right to know what's going on inside the classroom. It is their responsibility. That's why we need the Parents' Bill of Rights, to help students succeed by ensuring every parent can have a voice in their child's education. During the committee markup on this bill, I was honored to lead 2 proposals that are now included. One will help parents better understand the priorities of their children's school by bringing much-needed clarity to school budgets. The other sets both parents and teachers up for success by simplifying the curriculum feedback process. My proposals build on 2 of the 5 core principles of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught, and parents have the right to see the school's budget and spending. I will always fight to protect parental involvement and to put parents first. I'm proud to support the Parents' Bill of Rights. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, a bill that promotes conflict over clarity, callousness over kindness, and politics over problem solving. I'm speaking today not just as a member of Congress, but as the parent of 3 young children, 2 of whom attend public schools in Louisville, Kentucky, and 1 who will be soon. Parents should be involved in their kids' education, in everything from school board elections to the PTA to communicating with your child's teacher on what's going on. We received a message this morning from our kids' teacher letting us know that there would be no band because of the 5th grade musical. But this bill is about impediment, not involvement. The reason the American Library Association opposes this bill is because H.R. 5 clearly opens the door to deprive our kids of fact-based education. And it's part of a larger effort to ban free expression and ideas in the classroom. Even Cato thinks it's unconstitutional. Now, like a lot of parents, we had to step in and teach some during the beginning of the pandemic. It wasn't easy. And I can assure you that curriculum should be ultimately determined by experts, not untrained individuals with extremist views. In addition to restricting parents' rights, H.R. 5 hurts some of our most vulnerable kids in the LGBTQ community. Why? According to the Trevor Project, 1 LGBTQ youth attempts suicide every 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Why? Why are we being more cruel? I believe that not just in politics but in life, we're judged by how we treat those on the margins. So my message to my colleagues is simple. Stop being mean to kids. We can be involved and be inclusive. Normally, we warn our kids about dealing with bullies in their classroom. We shouldn't have to warn them about bullying from adults, too. This message is simple, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it.
For what purpose does the chairman rise? The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is yielded 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in many places across our great nation, parents are being denied a voice in discussions around what their children are being taught in schools. As Republicans, in our commitment to America, we made a promise to establish the rights of parents to protect their children from indoctrination in our classrooms. As a product of the public school system and father of 2 sons who graduated from public school, I understand the significant role our schools played in the education of our future leaders. However, far-left ideas have seeped into America's classrooms and have blurred the line between education and indoctrination. We cannot allow that to continue. This bill simply protects the rights of parents to know what their children are being taught, what their children are hearing in school, the right to see the budget that the school is spending, the right to protect their children's privacy, and the right to keep their children safe. Simply put, this bill protects those parents who want to play a role in their child's life and to protect their children from indoctrination in the classroom. I encourage all my colleagues to support this critical and common sense piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the newest member of the House, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5. I am the mother of 2 young children who you saw stand with me in this very chamber 2 weeks ago. And I have near daily conversations with the parents in my district about their hopes and concerns. And I can assure you they have a seat at the table in the schoolroom, and they are not concerned with banning books, censoring our curriculum, or dictating what bathrooms students use. Parents want increased resources for mental and behavioral health services, inclusive school environments that foster critical thinking and learning, and more funding to repair outdated and crumbling school buildings and address security issues. They want their children to learn a complete and accurate history of our country and our world. And they want the peace of mind that their children are safe. 3 days after my son stood with me on this floor and watched me take the oath of office, one of his classmates shot himself accidentally with an unsecured gun, and he died. It was a devastating loss for our community.
Additional 30 seconds.
You were yielded an additional 30 seconds.
It was a devastating loss for our community and the community at large. These are the issues that matter to parents as they deal with the fallout of that incident. These are the issues they're talking about, but H.R. 5 does nothing to address these priorities, but will create unnecessary reporting requirements and divert critical resources away from meeting the real needs of our students and family. I urge our colleagues to vote no on the Politics Over Parents Act, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the esteemed gentle lady from North Carolina and for allotting me some time here today. I rise in support, strong support, Mr. Speaker, of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. As parents, we put trust in our local schools and teachers and expect that our children are receiving an appropriate education. And in most cases, they do. We have all had great teachers that have positively impacted our lives, and our children have. And we're very grateful for that, and we'll remember them forever. But in recent years, for varying reasons, there have been well-known instances where the trust between schools and parents has been eroded, in fact broken. And primarily those issues stem from parents being excluded or having their participation in the educational process removed, such as curriculum review being very limited. Everyone agrees that such instances, whether they occur often or infrequently, should not happen, and when they do, they're unacceptable. As a father, I know that to a mom and dad, there is nothing more precious than their children, and being included in the education process should be a parent's right, especially as taxpayers. And any rational adult, whether parent or educator, knows what the reasonable level of involvement should be. Parents should have the right to be heard and to know what their child is being taught. Parents should have the right to see the school budget. Parents should have the right to be alerted if there are instances of violence or problems in the child's schools. And parents are not asking too much, they're simply asking to be involved, which helps create a strong family and a better educational environment for all. It is our responsibility as elected officials to honor their requests and guarantee they will be included in the education process and school activities. That is why this Republican majority has put forth the Parents' Bill of Rights, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I do yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 30 seconds. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from equity-minded education, civil rights, and immigration advocates on H.R. 5 that concludes that we urge Congress to focus on real and meaningful efforts to truly support our students, parents, and teachers, and to stop using parents as a decoy to launch political attacks on our schools. And another letter from Third Way, which concludes protecting our ability of parents to make the best decisions for their children is a fundamental American value. This proposal is a serious distraction from what our students really need right now, to be learning in an academically challenging and safe environment that engages families and teachers in true partnership to support students.
The gentleman's two requests are covered by general leave. You may proceed.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this controversial and highly dangerous bill, H.R. 5. I am a former teacher. My parents were teachers. I've been doing child education advocacy my entire career. And my wife and I are parents of 2 public school children right now. This is our lives. This is what we do day in and day out. So I want to be very clear so that my colleagues understand what rights I have as a parent, which are the same rights that all Americans, all parents in America have if their children are in public schools. I can go speak to the school board whenever I want. I can do that now. I have that right, Madam Speaker. I can ask about the books. I can ask about the budget. Of course, I can get information about the medical condition, information about my children. I have that right now. My colleagues have to know this. And if they didn't, and this is news to them, they can pull the bill. Because right now, this new national ban and set of controls will simply lead to our schools, our teachers, and many of our parents drowning in lawsuits. I offered 2 amendments. One was a litigation shield to help protect our folks from obvious, dangerous lawsuits that will come of this if this bill were to pass. The second was to opt out. If a district does not want to be part of this, because I believe in local control, as do most of the people in my district, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, they believe in local control, let school districts opt out. But it's not about local control. This is about taking a small, teeny ideology and forcing it on the rest of us. And as a parent, I can say on behalf of so many parents, leave us alone. Leave us alone. We need...
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need politicians at the state level and D.C. politicians with this bill to get out of our lives, get out of our doctor's offices, get out of our classrooms, and as a parent, get out of my house. Let me parent my child. Please, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you. Thank you so much for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the National Parents Union released a new poll that supports an alternative version of H.R. 5 and does not support H.R. 5 in the least. In fact, the majority of people believe that the Bill of Rights should guarantee that students have access to a high-quality, well-rounded education with resources to support their individual needs. They overwhelmingly agree that parents' own personal beliefs should not prevent other students from accessing certain curriculum and materials. The majority encourage teaching topics like women's history, Black history, Native American history, Latino, Latina, and Hispanic history. The majority of parents want Congress to focus on issues like anti-bullying measures in schools and providing students with access to career and technical education and academic tutoring. They rank requiring public schools to provide parents with a list of books and reading materials in the library as the least important priority for Congress compared to other issues. They say that public schools should teach about and discuss concepts like kindness, empathy, cooperation, and collaboration. And colleagues, 90% say that students should have access to high-quality, well-rounded education. 90% say that students should be protected from any form of discrimination against them at school. 89% say that students should be taught using educational materials that are historically accurate. 80% say students should be taught using educational materials that reflect the diversity of the United States. 83% students should be taught about how government works so they can be prepared to participate in democracy. My colleagues, H.R. 5 misses the mark. Please vote it down. I will be offering a substitute amendment. We have something we can stand for that will really, truly address the needs of students and parents. And Madam Speaker, I would like to introduce into the record a letter from the Council of the Great City Schools in opposition to H.R. 5. And I yield back.
That request will be covered under general leave. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to work on the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. While working on this bill, I've heard from parents groups who've offered their support. I'd like to mention what just a few of them said. The Independent Women's Voice wrote, "The Parents' Bill of Rights Act acknowledges parents' fundamental right to make decisions for their children. Parents do not simply turn children over to government schools with the assumption that the school will make every decision without parental input. As parents, we have a right to direct the upbringing, care, and education of our children." The Concerned Women for America Legislative Action Committee said, "Americans have been awakened to the troubling fact that public schools are failing our children. The lack of educational standards, combined with the radical ideologies being taught in the classroom, have led more and more parents to question the public education system. This act reasserts the proper role of parents in their children's education." Finally, Parents Defending Education Action said, "There is an intentional and universal lack of transparency and accountability among school districts. Concerning incidents are major and widespread. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act, introduced by Congresswoman Julia Letlow, addresses the primary issues parents have vocalized over the last 2 years: academics, free speech, safety, fairness, and transparency. We hope Congress will be receptive to the Parents' Bill of Rights Act and vindicate parents who have spoken up and yearn for such legislation." After hearing statements like this, it should be clear that this bill gives parents what they want. Polling shows that overwhelming majorities of parents want more control over what their children are taught. According to survey results, 72% of Americans support curriculum transparency. Additionally, 67% believe that parents should be able to opt their children out of curriculum they believe is inappropriate or harmful. Nearly 8 in 10 parents polled nationally want to have influence over what is taught in K-12 classrooms. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, a former Teacher of the Year, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5, the Politics Over Parents Act. One of the most dangerous provisions of this bill is the banning of books. Across our nation, books that illustrate our rich history and our diversity are being pulled from library shelves. According to PEN America's Index of School Book Bans, of the 2,500 books banned last year, 41% of these books explicitly addressed LGBTQ themes, and 40% contained prominent characters of color. My colleagues across the aisle say that nothing in this legislation will ban books or censor libraries. If this is true, I invite them to support my amendment, which ensures this legislation will not go into effect until the Comptroller General of the United States can confirm that the bill will not lead to censorship or banning books for children or affect learning outcomes for students. Throughout history, the voices of women, persons of color, and members of the LGBTQ community have been suppressed. Their voices, experiences, and stories have been labeled controversial, over-sexual, and even un-American. As a teacher, you do not get to pick the parts of history you deem worthy to teach. When I was a teacher, I told the entire story, honestly, the good and the bad, and gave students the tools that they needed to participate in their communities in a conscientious and productive way. I'll tell you a personal story. My son is currently reading To Kill a Mockingbird, one of the books on this banned book list. In his initial observation of this book, he said, "Mom, they use the N-word a lot. I mean, a lot, and I don't like it." But it opened the door to broader conversations between me and my son about segregation, Jim Crow laws, and led to him asking some very difficult questions of me. But in his final observation of Harper Lee's novel, he said, "But yet and still, Atticus Finch defended Tom Robinson." Through this complex story, his takeaway was not hateful, hurtful, or angry. It was that even then, good people existed. That's what books do. That's how kids learn, not through censorship. Teachers do not have the autonomy to indoctrinate students. Everything we're talking about here today is already published. Budgets are public, curriculums are public, parents are marching in, being a part of our classes. When I was introduced by the ranking member, he mentioned that I was the National Teacher of the Year. That doesn't happen without parent-teacher partnerships. This bill will not improve educational outcomes. This bill caters to a small group of individuals who seek to impose their worldviews on entire school districts, on my child. I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record. I would strongly encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill, and with that, I yield back.
That will be covered under general leave. The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to yield myself 15 seconds. I'm going to say again and again and again and again, this bill does not do anything to ban books. And my understanding is the book To Kill a Mockingbird was banned by a liberal school board in California. So don't blame us for what liberals do. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Let's lay out the fundamental rights of parents. That's what we're discussing here today. Number one, every parent should be given a choice and a voice on how their child receives an education. Number two, school curriculum should not be used to politically indoctrinate our children. And number three, parents deserve options. They deserve a choice on how their child receives an education. In my family, my wife and I made a personal decision to homeschool our children. Every parent should be free to make that choice, not just the wealthy ones. So what are the Parents' Bill of Rights? What are the pillars of this bill? Well, parents deserve the right to know what's being taught in schools and to see the reading material. It's very simple. Parents deserve to be heard. Parents deserve the right to see where the taxpayer dollars are going, how they're spent, how they're being used. It's a fundamental principle of good governance. Parents have the right to protect their children, to protect their children's privacy. And parents absolutely should be updated and informed in the instances of violence that seem to be increasing in our schools, many of which go unreported. I'm very honored to be a member of the House Committee on Education and Workforce and to support this bill, to support parents rights, and particularly that our children get the best possible education. This is a significant step forward. Thank you.
And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I want to get back to something that was said a little earlier because it's a little disturbing the way this legislation on notice of rights, that people have a right to information about their child, their child, their child. You have a right to notice before a person speaks to their child at a class, school assembly, or any other school-sponsored event. If you have a field trip, I guess you have a right to notice before anybody at the museum can speak to your child. But under some section L, it says you have a right to know if a school employee or contractor acts to change a minor child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name. That means any child, any teacher addresses any child. Everybody has a right to notice. If they change the minor child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name. I just think that's concerning. I don't know what is meant by that, but that's the way it reads. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, a member of the committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we speak, 500,000 California students are locked out of school. Los Angeles Unified, America's second largest district, has shut down for the week. Tax-paying parents in this district have no place to send their kids to school. Sadly, they've had to get used to it. This dysfunctional district and its union have lurched from one strike, one shutdown to the next, and seized on COVID-19 as a golden opportunity to close schools indefinitely. Kids in LA were without in-person instruction longer than anywhere in the country, 1.5 years for most students. Even when some high schools resumed, students walked into a Kafka-esque Zoom in the room setup where there were a few students and a teacher there instructing for a laptop sitting on a desk in the classroom. The eventual resumption of classes was anything but normal. You'd have kids who were forced to eat lunch on gymnasium floors or outside, even when it was raining. They'd have to wear masks all day, every day, without any public health rationale. The district then imposed an illegal student vaccine mandate that the California courts had to intervene and strike down. And by the way, this was a failing school district even before COVID, on the brink of bankruptcy, with students testing several years behind grade level. The hundreds of thousands of parents in this school district have been subjected to one abuse after another, and their experience is shared by many parents across the country, who have lost the right to control their child's education at the hands of a corrupt educational establishment driven less by student success than by special interests and social agendas. Today's Parent Bill of Rights is a desperately needed course correction, shifting the paradigm of public education in this country back towards one that is student-centered and parent-directed. My addition to this legislation is the School Choice Amendment. The only parents in Los Angeles whose kids are not at home right now are those who have the resources or the wherewithal to find another option for their students.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
The only parents in Los Angeles whose kids are not at home right now are those who have the resources for private school or the time and wherewithal to seek out a charter school or limited interdistrict transfer options. My amendment will enable more parents to do the same, providing a clearer path to find a school that better serves their child. This will not only increase the educational outcomes of particular students, but induce the sort of systemic change that we need to benefit all students. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as we may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And ask unanimous consent that a list of groups that either oppose or express concerns about H.R. 5, over 225 different organizations, be inserted into the record.
That will be covered by general leave.
Thank you. I yield back. At reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will respond to a comment that my colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned a few minutes ago. I'll point out that the manager's amendment that we will debate clarifies the intent of the language the ranking member was reading. The manager's amendment makes it clear the school district's responsibility is to the parent's child, not any child. And with that, I reserve.
And reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself so time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In that case, Madam Chair, the individual child will be identified and will be essentially outed, and that's even worse than the underlying language. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Ready? Yes, I'm prepared to close.
Then we're prepared to, and I'll yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, despite our colleagues' claims, the Politics Over Parents Act would only further politicize our children's classrooms while doing nothing to meaningfully improve partnerships between parents and educators. And it will lead to censoring books. Last night at the Rules Committee, a significant amount of time was taken to identify books that ought to be banned. And although the bill does not technically directly censor books, the reporting requirements will allow national groups to find books all over the country that they don't like, and they could threaten each of those schools. Wherever they find the book, they can threaten lawsuits unless the book is actually banned. House Democrats tried several times to ensure that this legislation would actually address real challenges facing students, parents, and educators and increase parental involvement. For example, Democrats offered amendments to prevent this bill from banning books or censoring the curriculum. Moreover, in committee, we offered 25 amendments to actually improve student success, such as improving access to teacher training, fully fund parent engagement centers, and ensure students have access to mental health resources, among others. Unfortunately, they were struck down. Madam Speaker, Democrats are dedicated to improving parental engagement and ensuring that every child receives a well-funded and accurate education, but this legislation does nothing to achieve that goal, but only advance an extreme education agenda at the expense of students and parents. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 5, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we've heard a lot about what this bill is going to do in the future, and it's all bad from the other side. What's been particularly disturbing to me to hear today is our comments that truly misrepresent what is in the legislation before us. That scares the public, and that's not what we should be about. This bill is not going to cause people to be mean to school children. It does not attempt to hurt anyone. It's not going to ban books. Our colleagues say, on one hand, that the list of all books are already available out there to parents. And then they say this bill is going to force those lists to be put out, and that will cause the banning of books. We've heard that books have been banned, and in the Rules Committee last night, books that they said had been banned inappropriately, those assertions were refuted. So it has been truly troubling in our committee markup, in the Rules Committee last night and today to hear the terrible misrepresentations about this bill. As my colleagues and I have said, this Parents' Bill of Rights is to help parents be more involved with their children's education, as they should be. I'm urging my colleagues to support H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. By doing so, we'll send a strong message that parents are an integral part of their child's education and must be respected. For too long, parents have been kept at a distance in schools and classrooms. Teachers' unions and education bureaucrats made significant efforts to conceal what was truly being taught in classrooms. But what came out of COVID was parents saw what was being taught and they didn't like it. For years, students were falling behind in critical subject areas such as mathematics and reading, but prolonged school closures hastened the deterioration of learning. Now, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act will foster robust parent-teacher partnerships and close the gap between families and educators. And that's what this bill is about, setting up true partnerships between families and educators. We respect educators. We want to support what they're doing in the classroom, but parents want to know what's being taught in the classroom. We want transparency. We want accountability. To recover lost learning and promote a safe learning environment, parents must be involved in the classroom. Parents are the best advocates for the best interest of their child, and teachers are an important part of enhancing the well-being of students. I hope our colleagues will not continue to misrepresent what is in this bill, but will work with us for the benefit of America's children. That's what we're about on our side of the aisle. Not to hurt, not to be mean, but to support. And again, I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to do what's best for students, support this important bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of rules, Committee Print 118-2. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-12. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I have an amendment on the floor.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5 that supports students, parents, and school personnel. My amendment would simply add that local education agencies provide to parents the number of school counselors employed at their child's school so that parents have a better idea about their child's education and safety during the school day. As we all know, school counselors play an important role not only in the academic and career development of our students, but they address emotional challenges that are a critical component of safety in our schools. This simple provision gives parents the full knowledge and transparency needed to decide if their children need additional resources outside of the academic environment. This can assist our educators in making sure our children are best prepared for school and learning. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which has the support from both sides of the aisle. A happy and healthy student empowers our educators to provide the best possible education, and parents deserve to be empowered to get the best help their children so their children can achieve that. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Yield back or reserve?
I yield, but I reserve then. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves, and for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia be recognized?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as with most of the underlying bill, this is another unfunded mandate placed on our schools, requiring them to issue yet another report as a condition of receiving much-needed Title I funds. The majority would prefer to impose additional burdens to an already understaffed schools rather than do what they were trained to do, and that is teach and work with parents. I would agree with the gentleman's comments about the need for counselors. He's absolutely right. We need more counselors. However, this amendment does not increase the number of counselors, just reports the number you got. Doesn't improve student mental health. And so for those reasons, since it doesn't improve mental health or increase the number of counselors, I would oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment doesn't increase the number of counselors, but it allows the parents to know if the number of counselors are adequate or not. This is very important for our parents to have, and this is being requested by teachers and parents. I've received this request from teachers and parents to have this added to the bill because it said will make the bill better. So I reserve back.
Reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I'll just close by saying I would appreciate the support of both sides of the aisle on this bill. It has support from teachers and parents to have this added in. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman from Nebraska yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nebraska. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The gentlewoman from North Carolina. Now, in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 118-12, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to support the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. I'm especially proud of the work that our committee has put into crafting this bill. Our committee worked late into the night and early morning and considered dozens of amendments. Nearly 20 were adopted to make the bill even better. I'm proud that we've reported to the floor a common sense bill that has broad support and aligns with what the vast majority of Americans want. The amendments we passed during the committee markup accomplished the same goal we had when writing the bill. protecting parents' rights and making sure that schools can never cut parents out of their children's education decisions. This manager's amendment makes a few minor technical changes to make sure that the amendments we passed during the committee markup will be implemented correctly and that the rights promised are fulfilled. In addition, the manager's amendment adds language to the First Amendment sense of Congress included in the underlying bill. The new language affirms the fundamental rights of parents to direct the education of their children and encourages courts to use the strict scrutiny standard in evaluating cases related to parental rights. Schools should always be accountable to parents, and the parents should always know what their children are being taught and what their children are being exposed to. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act protects those fundamental rights. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of both this amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is another effort to turn classrooms into the epicenter of a culture war. The Politics Over Parents Act doesn't do anything to actually help students succeed and seeks to scare parents into thinking that schools do not have their best interests at heart. The children benefit when their parents and teachers work together, but the Politics Over Parents Act would not take any meaningful steps to increase that parental cooperation. The bill would create necessary and burdensome reporting requirements on schools. It would divert essential resources and personnel from their jobs, meeting the family's real needs, into reporting and everything else in the bill, and would open the door to dictate what students can and cannot read or learn. The underlying bill distracts from what our public schools really need, and similarly, the manager's amendment does nothing to provide the families and the families with real parental engagement, as some of the amendments would have done that were rejected. So the bill, for example, gives a so-called federal right of action to address the school board. Well, we know that many school boards in recent years needed police protection to conduct their meetings because of credible threats of violence. But these are elected officials. They don't need a federal law to instruct them to be polite. The voters can take care of that. But there's no right that's being given. You already have the right. Now, one thing that is a little concerning is that I had an amendment to allow this right to take place with reasonable limitations. If 100 people show up at a school board meeting, does the school board have to listen to each and every one as long as they want to speak, without any limitation? And each one has a federal right of action where they can bring a lawsuit to compel the school board to sit up and listen to each and every one without limitation. If they've heard from 10 or 15 or 20 people on one side of the argument, on one side of a debate, and nobody on the other side, do they have to listen to the other 80? I don't know. That's what the bill suggests. But that's I don't know any jurisdiction where you don't have the right to address the school board in a reasonable way. And that's what this bill does. That's what the manager's amendment does. And so I would ask members to defeat the manager's amendment and the bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. The gentleman from Virginia, I think, will remember that I believe it was the Loudoun County Schools where the father of a child who had been sexually molested in a bathroom by a young man dressed as a girl, young boy dressed as a girl, who then was transferred to another school, and the parents never notified that this had happened. And when the father stood up at the school board meeting to bring this issue up, he was not allowed to speak. Furthermore, he was arrested. He was wrestled to the ground and arrested. So again, we hear from our colleagues two different scenarios. One, well, already parents have the right to address their school boards. Yes, that's in our First Amendment. We have a right to petition our elected officials for grievances. However, that's not happening, as we have seen in certain places. And whether or not there is a time limit, I would hope that people would be reasonable about that, but we're not dictating that. That will be dealt with. And as the gentleman says, those school board members in most cases are elected, and it'll be up to them to deal with the public in that respect. And if they don't do it correctly, then my assumption is that there would be consequences. The manager's amendment, again, strengthens the underlying bill. I urge its adoption. I also urge passage of H.R. 5. With this legislation, we have an opportunity to make a stand for the rights of parents. And I hope all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will vote with what they say they believe, which is that parents have rights and that we want to have the best education for children. So join us in this effort, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple and straightforward. My amendment simply requires notification to parents if their child's school operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose biological sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for a biological female. Madam Chair, women's sports are under attack. Woke policies backed by far-left extremists that demand male participation in female sports are completely delusional and contradict science. This allows men who identify as women to undermine legitimate women's accomplishments. American women and girls deserve to compete against biological women in sports. Opportunities for athletic scholarships, and their rightful places on the winner's podium without their fear of being sidelined and beat out by a biological male. This was on complete display when William Thomas, a biological man who previously competed in men's swimming, stole Emma Wyant's first place trophy at the 2022 NCAA Division I Women's 500-yard freestyle final. As a competitor in men's swimming in 2018 through 19, Mr. Thomas ranked 445th in the 200-yard freestyle and 65th in the 500-yard freestyle. After deciding to compete against women, this mediocre male athlete, Mr. Thomas, ranked 5th in the 200-yard freestyle and won the 500-yard freestyle. Mr. Thomas stole Emma's championship trophy and took former Olympic swimmer Reka Georgie's spot in the 2022 NCAA Division I swim meet. Last Congress, I led a couple dozen members in introducing a resolution honoring Emma Wyant as the rightful winner of the 2022 NCAA Division I women's 500-yard freestyle race. I am also a co-sponsor of Rep. Stubbe's bill, H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. I refuse to allow our children and grandchildren to be groomed by big corporations, schools, and politicians, and to think it's okay for men to compete in women's sports. Again, my amendment simply requires notification to parents if their child's school allows males to participate in female-designated sports. I would hope that we could all come to agree that parents have the right to know this before it occurs. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, all school systems are members of athletic leagues. They're dealing with this controversy. They don't need a federal law to apply all over the country. In higher education, this NCAA is dealing with this. We don't need a federal law to tell local school divisions what to do in all cases. Local school divisions are dealing with this. This is controversial, and I think we would do well just to let them work this out. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, we have so many people who see the idiocy in men pretending to be women and stealing opportunities from females. These girls practice their whole lives, sacrifice their bodies with injuries in sports at times and strains, only to be outpaced by a male, a biological male. And I think that it's very common sense for parents to simply be notified that this is taking place. There is federal funding going to our public schools. And so I do believe that we have some sort of nexus with that if we're going to see this extremism take place in our public schools, to at least say parents have a right to know what's going on and this not being taken from them. Other than this very simple common sense amendment, I'm more in favor of abolishing the federal Department of Education and getting the federal government completely out of public schools. But we're not there right now, and we do fund public schools, and there is a mess going on there, and our children are hurting and suffering because of it. So again, I urge my colleagues to support this simple common sense amendment. And Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Did the gentlelady yield back her time?
She did. She yielded the remainder of her time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as I said, the NCAA is working on this, and I just assume rather than disparage trans youth, let them work it out. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require schools to notify parents if they allow biological males to use restrooms or changing rooms designated for biological females. Throughout our debate today, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have continued to mischaracterize this bill as extreme. They harp on the same talking points, saying that this bill is looking to ban books, censor curriculums, and punish teachers. I would like any child pornographic books to be banned, but that's not exactly what we're talking about here in this amendment. All the while, under Democrat control, we have seen public K-12 schools promote critical race theory, teaching our children to hate their country and to hate their fellow classmates simply because of the color of their skin. They have radical gender ideology and even drag shows to impressionable young children. Now that is what is extreme. Even a school in my home state of Colorado has even changed a child's gender pronouns as preferred names and kept that information from the child's parents. Speaking as a mother of 4 boys and a soon-to-be grandma, enough is enough. I don't send my boys to school to receive indoctrination from the woke mob or be sexualized by groomers. And if they are, I sure as heck want to know about it, and I have the right to speak up. And so do these parents. So let me set the record straight. House Republicans want parents to be involved in their child's education. We want to take control back as parents of our children's education, rather than leaving it to partisan politicians or unelected bureaucrats. We don't want to send the FBI after them as domestic terrorists. We want to foster an active learning environment, not shut schools down and enforce outdated and unnecessary mask and vaccine mandates on our children. We want children to feel safe at school and not pave the way for school administrative staff to hide a sexual assault from parents like we saw in Loudoun County. Less than 2 years ago, about 30 miles from here, a 9th grade girl was sexually assaulted by a man wearing a skirt in the women's restroom at school. This male was allowed to follow the victim into the restroom because of Loudoun County Public Schools' inclusive transgender bathroom policies. When the father of the victim came to protest these policies that caused his teenage daughter to be raped at a school board meeting, he was arrested after an altercation with a woman who said that she didn't believe his daughter was raped. The superintendent also defended the school's transgender bathroom policy at that meeting. The man in the skirt was found guilty of 2 accounts of forcible sodomy, a count of anal sodomy, and a count of forcible fellatio. He was also charged with the sexual assault of another student that occurred months later at a different Loudoun County school. The left's ideology is far more delusional, and it is dangerous. These inclusive policies have paved a way for sexual predators to use the left's definition of gender to take advantage of their victims. Unfortunately, this is just one example of many biological males using bathrooms to assault women and children. My amendment would grant parents the right to know if schools that their children are attending are forcing their children to share vulnerable spaces with potential predators. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. With that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we need a federal law to help schools tell students which bathroom to use. in Loudoun County. That situation is under investigation, including criminal charges. I think it's time we stop disparaging trans youth. I yield back.
And yields. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed on. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I have a substitute amendment to offer.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5. My amendment in the nature of a substitute is a common sense piece of legislation that makes tangible investments in parental involvement and enhances the ability of school districts to involve all families, not just the privileged few. By adopting this amendment in the nature of a substitute, we will invest in evidence-based, full-service community schools, public schools that coordinate closely with community organizations to improve the integration, accessibility, and effectiveness of services for students and families, to provide families with access to critical wraparound services, and, importantly, improve student achievement. We will be able to hire dedicated parent coordinators in public schools to work directly with parents, connect them with the resources and support they need to help their children succeed, and ultimately improve parental involvement and student success. We will direct more investments toward the Department of Education's statewide Family Engagement Centers program, so states can share best practices on parental engagement and school districts can receive the support and training they need to increase parental participation and involvement. And colleagues, when I was a very involved parent, I talked to parents who wanted to come to school. They wanted to participate. They were working extra shifts or they didn't speak English. They didn't have transportation. Let's break down those barriers. And importantly, we'll prohibit the banning of books and curriculum in our public schools and restore the ability of students to receive historically accurate, well-rounded education. Madam Chair and colleagues, I worked on this substitute with the input of stakeholders who are in our public schools each and every day, who are parents themselves and who represent diverse communities and red and blue states across our nation. I'm proud to introduce this amendment in the nature of a substitute for consideration on the House floor because, unlike the bill it seeks to amend, it reflects the true diversity of our nation and embodies the approach we should be taking to make lasting improvements to public education, an inclusive, collaborative, and evidence-based approach. So on behalf of all students and parents, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment and soundly reject H.R. 5, a bill that should be named the Politics Over Parents Act. And Madam Chair, before I yield back or reserve the balance of my time, I want to thank the staff on the Education and Workforce Committee for all of their help with this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and also my own staff in my office, Sujith Chair-Camilli and Dr. Alfonso Garcia, both of whom have spent time as classroom teachers. So I want to acknowledge the work of the staff on this important work as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time. While I appreciate the substitute put forward by the Congresswoman, the Democratic proposal is wholly inadequate and will do little to solve the problem that parents face. Instead, the Democrats' amendment resorts to a tired, old Democrat strategy. Spend more money, hire more people, and hope for the best. Madam Chair, parents need more than that. They don't need massive new amounts of taxpayer spending at the federal level controlled by bureaucrats, when our country is already deeply in debt. Nor do parents need schools to hire massive numbers of new administrators. What parents need is for their rights to be protected. The Democrat substitute does nothing to ensure that parents are the ultimate decision makers in their child's education. Of course, that shouldn't be a surprise. There's been a push to silence parents around the country. Powerful teachers' unions, several school boards, Democrat politicians, and the Biden Justice Department have all voiced opposition to the rights of parents to have a say in their child's education. This kind of rhetoric and political posturing have real-world consequences for parents. For example, in 2021, Rhode Island mother of two, Nicole Solis, talked to an elementary school principal in South Kingston, Rhode Island, about what was being taught in schools. After persistent stonewalling, the school district directed her to file a public records request. She did, and the local teachers union filed a lawsuit against her. This kind of treatment is outrageous. Ms. Solis was subjected to endless stonewalling, public humiliation, and an interminable and costly legal battle. No parent should have to go through that. The Democrat substitute would do nothing to ensure that stories like this never happen again, but the Parents' Bill of Rights would. Our bill will ensure that parents can never be sued for wanting to know their child's curriculum. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona recently published an op-ed about the Democrat vision for parent empowerment. In his vision, parents should be satisfied when the federal government spends taxpayer dollars on top-down solutions. By contrast, Republicans want an authentic give and take between parents and the education system about what students learn, how they are taught, and how they should be protected. That's why I'm proud to stand behind our bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against the Democrat substitute and in favor of the Parents' Bill of Rights. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in response, again, I want to reiterate that every single Democrat on our side of the aisle, we absolutely support parental involvement and parental engagement. And we talked about that in the debate on the bill. And talk about cost. It's my understanding that the so-called Parents' Bill of Rights doesn't have any additional funding with all of the extra obligations that are put on our schools and our districts and our teachers. And there is no effort to silence parents. We want parents to be involved peacefully and peacefully state their concerns. Absolutely. And I know the ranking member Scott talked about how Democrats tried to put an amendment in to put some reasonableness in there. If you have 200 parents show up at a school board meeting and each one of them wants to speak for 2 hours, that is not reasonable. So we absolutely support parental involvement. We want to do that. We want to provide that evidence-based engagement, and again, make the relationship collaborative, not adversarial. And that's why I encourage colleagues to support this collaborative, evidence-based approach to involve all parents in education, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to say again that the approach our colleagues want to take is to spend more money. Ms. Solis, that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Smith, who was mentioned earlier, and others, they certainly did not have the right to peacefully speak to their school boards and get responses. So that is not going to happen under the Democrats' amendment. We also are not mean, and again, we do not ban books. We do not condone the banning of books. So we think, again, that the substitute presents the perfect picture of Republicans and Democrats' approaches to parent engagement. Democrats believe protecting parents' rights means spending more taxpayer dollars to impose a top-down vision. Republicans believe in giving parents real power to secure the best education possible for their children. And with that, I will reserve, as I believe I have the right to close.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say again, our bill is meant to give parents their God-given rights to be involved with their children's education and to seek the best education possible. We do not want anyone to be treated unfairly. We want everyone to be treated fairly. We do not ban books. I urge the public to read this bill. It's fairly short, about 30 pages, to make sure where the truth lies in terms of this piece of legislation. I reject the amendment that has been offered in the nature of a substitute. I urge a no vote on the amendment and a yes vote on H.R. 5, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman, the question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Parliamentary inquiry. Could you restate the amendment, please?
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Could you restate the amendment? Could we add
Amendment number 6. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's pretty sad that we even have to offer this bill and that I have to offer this amendment. But I think the American populace and public realizes and is completely outraged with what's going on in this country, how they don't feel like they have a voice anymore, how they don't feel like they're being recognized, their rights to be parents and have authority over their own children. And it's also very disgusting, quite frankly, what's been going on in our kids' schools and parents across this country, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all of us are furious with what's going on at these schools, and that's why we even have to do this. So my amendment adds a private right of action for parents to hold schools accountable for not honoring the rights set forth in Title I and Title II of this bill. It seeks to strengthen enforcement mechanisms within the Parents' Bill of Rights. My amendment, if passed, would ensure parents can sue if school districts force teachers or students to accommodate critical race theory curriculum, compel students to observe obscene or sexual material without parental consent, use pronoun changes without parental consent, violate student privacy without parental consent, or neglect to report sexual assault or harassment on school property. The bill, as it's currently written, puts the protection of parental rights in the hands of the Department of Education bureaucrats. It is not enough for Congress to leave enforcement of Department of Education bureaucrats or wait for the corrupt Department of Justice to file a lawsuit on parents' behalf. I don't trust the Biden administration to go after woke school administrators that force dangerous ideologies on innocent children. Parents should have the opportunity to sue these schools. For far too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions. If we want to truly empower parents' rights, we should give parents the tools to enforce those rights through this amendment, not leave it in the hands of bureaucrats. Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman, Bob Good from Virginia. Excuse me, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support passage of the underlying bill, but I also rise in support of this amendment, which I think would truly empower parents. Adding a private right of action places the ultimate protection of parental rights back where it belongs, in the hands of parents, not Department of Education bureaucrats. For too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions, and parents have been helpless to hold them accountable. The union-driven COVID policies in our schools served as a wake-up call for many parents, and school boards across the country have tried to stop them from raising their voices in protest. A private right of action would make a meaningful change to the balance of power so parents can rightfully have a say in what their children are being taught. This amendment wouldn't unleash lawsuits against schools. The private right of action could only be used if the school is not forthcoming with the common sense provisions of this bill. If the school shares curriculum, teaching materials, and their budget openly, then there's no problem. If the school notifies parents about actions from a school administrator to change a child's pronouns, then there's no standing under this bill. There's also a limit that the private right of action must be filed within 30 days of the violation. Parental rights precede government. Our government was created to protect our God-given rights. When government is working to subvert those rights, it's the right of the people to put new guardrails in place to secure our precious liberty. Guaranteeing a private right of action will ensure public schools are held accountable to the important tenets of this bill, and I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I just think the amendment speaks for itself. If 100 parents show up at a school board meeting and each demand to be heard for as long as they want to speak, this bill would give them a private right of action in federal court to enforce their right to speak to the school board. Now, my local school board limits people to 3 minutes. I think that's a reasonable limitation. But when the amendment to allow reasonable limitations was defeated, you have the bill that everybody has a right, each and every one of the 100 people that show up, no matter how repetitive or how irrelevant it may be. I just think people need to know what's in the amendment and can judge it for themselves. People have said that some parents have been arrested by the police for showing up at the school board. And let me tell you, that can only happen if the police believe that a crime is being committed. I yield back.
And yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Went to House Resolution 241. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment requires any public school receiving federal funds under Title I and Title II of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act to hold an open enrollment period both for students living inside and outside the school district. Parents have a right to decide where their child goes to school, and this amendment grants parents this important right to choose the best education for their child, no matter the zip code. And it's important to know this applies to only federal funds. Some might argue, well, local schools have different tax jurisdictions. This is only for the federal funds. School choice is critical to not only the parent, but also to the student, who deserves a safe, high-quality education, not indoctrination. We must provide families with freedom to choose. It is the parent's duty to make the best choice for their children. And choice is the ultimate enforcement mechanism for this Parents' Bill of Rights. My amendment also requires that these schools to post an announcement on their website with details about the open enrollment period to ensure parents have all the information needed to make an informed decision, such as an application deadline, the approval rate of applications, and how long the enrollment period will be valid. Again, giving parents the power and ability to make the most informed decision. Under this amendment, schools must give every student that applies via the open enrollment process, quote, a full and fair consideration. An important detail to ensure that every student receives the opportunity to exceed. Open enrollment and the increase in educational freedom is imperative to the success of our youth. It's a parental right, and it's in the best interest of every student to be granted this opportunity. This amendment provides every single parent with the power to choose. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think I would prefer that we fix all of the schools so that all students are provided with an opportunity of a high-quality education in a safe and healthy environment. But all this amendment does is gives people the right to scurry around and try to find the best schools. Those that are best at identifying the best schools may end up there, but frankly, all this is going to do is cause confusion, because when word gets around as to which are the best schools, everybody will want to go to that school. Then what? The majority has offered the amendment in committee to let parents know that if they can work the system, they may get their child into a good school, but all the rest end up in a school that is dilapidated, unaccredited, or otherwise undesirable. We need to work to improve all of the schools, not just figure out a scheme where some can figure out how to get their child into a good school and leave everyone else behind. So I would oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek to recognize or be honored and recognize the House for 1 minute.
Does the gentleman have an amendment?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today in favor of my amendment designated as Amendment 8 to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. We have a responsibility to be mindful of the cost and implementation of this bill on our schools, parents, and communities. My amendment would require the GAO report on the impact of this legislation and provide peace of mind to taxpayers, educators, and families alike. Our priority must be to set our children up for success. That means giving parents the transparency and voice they deserve in their child's education. It also means making the federal government answerable to the potential costs of this bill on state and local educational agencies and individual schools throughout our nation. We have made a commitment to our constituents to demand more accountability from their government and use of their taxpayer dollars, as well as to safeguard a better future for the next generation of Americans. My amendment will guarantee that we keep that promise. With that, I urge the amendment's adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I support the amendment because the GAO report will actually expose the legislation for what it is. It's a waste of money. It will provide no meaningful rights, and it will adversely affect the education of the children. So I support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed.
Do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.